update this time, so maybe Miskatonic won't be in hell. Maybe he won't
Maybe.
have to go in the shoebox. I wait for this ad to end so that I can see if Miskatonic has to go into the shoebox. Please stop telling me about Fortnite. I have to see if my little man works. I don't want to know about Fortnite.
But you have to know about Fortnite. There's Snoop Dogg in it now.
Snoop. Oh my god. Thanks, Snoop Dogg.
Thanks, Snoop Dogg.
All right, Miskatonic seems to be doing good. Hello, we have our first rat in chat.
Oh.
I like that chat is making liberal use of the rat emote.
Yeah, I did not expect it to like take as
Yeah,
much,
very.
but like, I appreciate it.
We love the rat emote. I should do my ads because that's not Discord. That won't help me here. Unfortunately, I can't at the server from Twitch chat.
That's fucked up.
I can't do that. It's
That's fucked up.
impossible.
They're demons.
The
They saved
demons.
over your game.
They saved over my game with I don't know, like Hollow Knight, Bugtail, whatever that one game is.
Oh, we're still on slow mode. I don't know how to change
What?
that and
Oh,
shit.
what? Oh, right, because I guess let's see. Maybe I can figure it out.
It was
What if I?
necessary for last stream, yeah.
Yeah, because I was the chat interaction, so you must.
I don't even know how to change that, yeah.
Can I unslow the mode? Do I have the power to unslow the mode? That's another question.
This is a good question.
I wonder if unslowing the mode is a back end feature. Chat, chat, do you know how to unslow the mode?
Chat, unslow yourself.
Chat,
Just do it. Do it. Do it yourself.
chat, figure it out. Yes, chat will just be slow mode. That's fine. Now Chad will have to deal with stream lag and slow mode. Sucks to
Got
suck.
to go fast.
Gotta go fast! Sure, Sonic Adventure, or I was about to say Sonic Adventure 3 is the third Sonic movie. Sonic Adventure 3! Oh, I need to do the at. I need to do the at. Right, let me
You
do
need to
that.
do all the things.
Uh,
You need to do all the things or the demons will save over your save.
yeah, I need to save over my save with, like, I don't know, somehow, like, Genshin Impact.
With Genshin Impact, yeah.
Not even a game that, like, has save slots. Or
God,
one that I play.
I'm not gonna lie. I watched a little bit of like the trailers that happened at Game Awards. There's so many Genshin Impacts.
Yeah.
Like I'm not
Yeah,
gonna lie, it's getting hard to make a difference between all of them.
there are a lot of Genshin Impact. I play 3 of them, and none of them are Genshin Impact.
That's so fucking funny.
I don't like Genshin
Like it's
Impact. I
like
don't know.
you know how at some point we were like, God, we're fucking infested with like bald white man military
Hmm.
guy, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to feel like we're getting infested with like the Genshin Impact art style.
Oh, yeah, yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, like, not even all of the Genshin Impacts that look exactly like Genshin Impact are, like, made by the same people who did Genshin Impact.
Yeah, sometimes they're not even gotchas. They just look
Yeah,
like
they
it.
just look like Genshin. There was one of them, because I was like half paying attention to the Game Awards, and there was one of them I was with J-Man and Piff, and they were like, "Is that like?" They couldn't tell whether or not it was a
Yeah,
MiHoYo game.
yeah,
It
yeah, yeah.
wasn't. It was just doing its absolute best to look like one.
To look like one, yeah, exactly. Like it's kind of crazy that like the like the like specifically for all of those trailers, the unfortunately the anime game that stood out was like Infinity Nikki, which is like a
Yeah,
cozy like nothing game, but at least it has a different art
yeah,
style.
yeah. No, definitely. The current like this is anime is just Genshin Impact.
It's just Genshin Impact.
So
Jesus fucking Christ.
that's just like where we are, I guess, as
You
a
know what I
society.
didn't
Is
expect
Genshin
to
Impact.
see and be excited about?
Uh,
The dispatch game.
I need to
yes,
figure this out on the case board.
I'm. That's like the one that I was like, I'm invested. Is this a game about shitty, sad superheroes being shitty, sad superheroes, and a game where I get to like spy on people from a computer?
Have a nice
Yeah.
evening.
I'm
And
deeply
apparently send
invested.
them to their to their
Yeah.
demise.
So like there's like a
It
very
feels pretty
very
good.
specific genre of indie game that I'm like a really big fan of.
Hmm.
And that's like um the
Computer
like
operator type
yeah
game,
the like
yeah.
not even that. It's I mean it is that. That's part of that's like a that's like adjacent to the genre, so I like to play those too. But it's like
Hmm.
the like Orwell and the Beholder and stuff where you are
Oh yeah,
like
yeah, I see what you
your
mean.
job is to invade everyone's privacy.
It's really good. It's really good. It's really fun. There
I
was one. God, I never finished the Let's Play I was watching, and I don't even remember. But it's like you're essentially like an FBI agent,
mm,
uh, and it's exactly that. Like you invade people's privacy, you dispatch people, like you're supposed to like help out like different agents doing shit. But like as time goes on, like the a fucking conspiracy starts to being slowly unveiled, and shit gets more and more fucked up.
yeah,
And
yeah,
like
yeah.
it's to a point it got fucked up to a point where I'm like, is this going aliens? Is this going
Is
towards aliens?
is this
What the fuck?
aliens? Is this aliens? That's like there was like a moment in time where I was just like listening to a lot of audiobooks and like three audiobooks in a row turned out to be like and then it was secretly Cthulhu and I'm like how did this happen
Yeah.
to me?
Yeah, yeah. No,
Like I'm
that
like
that also happened a lot to me.
I'm like halfway through. Like the first one, I was like, oh, okay, I wasn't expecting that to be Cthulhu, but that's fine. It can be Cthulhu. And then the second one, I'm like halfway through, and I'm like, is this
It's gotta be fucking Cthulhu
is
in
this
it. Yeah,
Cthulhu?
no, absolutely.
And
No,
then
I'm
the
right there
third
with
one,
you.
I'm
It
like,
got very
it's
common.
freaking Cthulhu.
It fucking saddens me too because it's like at first it was great because I feel like I really got into Eldritch horror when it started getting popular again, like in the
Mm.
in the in the normie zeitgeist, I guess.
Mm.
But like then, unfortunately, it kept being popular, and I'm like, well, it's everywhere now, and it's kind of always the same.
Well,
That
that's
saddens
usually
me because I
how that
am
like
deeply invested.
yeah, how like the when things pick up in like the culture because the
Yeah,
thing that everybody knows is like the most popular version of it. So
yeah,
that's
yeah,
the thing that everyone will like make stuff about. So it'll just end up
yeah.
being like that one version is just like in your house forever and
It's like,
ever
oh
now.
wow, is it its mouth again?
Yeah.
I
Oh
guess
my
it's
god.
its mouth again.
If I don't want Shadows over Innsmouth anymore. I'm so fucking.
Yeah,
Can
no,
we
I
stop
get you.
doing that one?
It's always that one.
It's always Shadows over Innsmouth, and sometimes it's like we called this Call of Cthulhu, but it's definitely Shadows over Innsmouth.
It's
I'm like,
definitely Shadow Resistance.
these are two
It's I love it too because
these
it's
are two
like there's a
different
lot of like
stories.
eldritch horrors also that are completely supposedly disconnected, right? Like it's a oh different pantheon, different everything,
Yeah,
right? What is our story? It's Shadow over Innsmouth.
yeah, yeah. Like, why are we
It's
doing this
just
one
like
again?
I mean, okay, I suppose.
I guess we're doing Shadows over Innsmouth again. We're always gonna be doing Shadows over
We're
Innsmouth.
always gonna be fucking shadows over Isthmus. It's like I genuinely started like trying to look into different. There is a game. There's the one game that like got me invested into looking into cultural like belief and stuff and tried to eldritch it up. And it's
Yeah, yeah,
home security home safety
yeah.
hotline because
Yeah.
It's literally analog horror / eldritch stuff, but Celtic based.
I'm thinking of doing the DLC, like streaming that for like
Oh yeah, the
the
Christmas
Crimmins.
dance.
Yeah.
Crimes.
Lovely, lovely,
Like
lovely.
we're gonna interrupt Alan Wake to do home safety
To do a
hotline.
little bit of for Christmas, yeah.
Yeah,
Honestly,
like
that sounds like a good idea.
because I'm hyped for that. I love home safety hotline.
I
got
love it.
there.
It's in like in specifically the like internet, based horror indie genre,
Yeah.
right? It was such a breath of fresh air, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, there's like, oh, we're going like Fae
Yeah,
essentially
it was
about
like
it, and it's
Faye,
like,
Faye. I like like it, and like I think my favorite part about the way they did it is
yeah,
it's just Faye. It's not like
yeah,
evil Faye, or particularly good Faye. They just
yeah. It's the
neutrally are the Faye, and it's really up to you whether or not you want to get promoted.
it's weirdo Fae is what it is.
Yeah, it's like just like real ass the Faye.
Yeah. Or like you never know if it's gonna be really fucking bad or like kind of
Right.
okay.
Well, because the whole game kind of makes you feel like they're gonna murder you at the end, but then at the end they're like,
Yeah.
"Congratulations, you're in middle management
Congratulations.
now." It's like, okay, well, I guess this is just like legitimately a real ass job.
Real ass job. It's just that your manager is a fucking
It just
fairy.
it turns out if you do a good enough job, you get to ascend. I guess.
No, it's like I love like how half of the creatures are like, oh yeah, it will clean your toilet. If you bother it, it'll fucking kill you.
Yeah.
It's just like,
Or like, oops, you've got the freak mirror. There's really nothing we can do about that. We're just
no.
gonna take away we're just gonna like take away your child.
Yeah, I love how half of the solutions for the creatures too is like, leave your house.
Yeah, just get out.
Um,
You should just
just
leave.
leave. That's their house now. It's like that's fucking lovely.
That's always really good in games like that where it's like when it's like, all right, what's the solution? How do I fix this? Just get it. You got it.
Just
You
leave.
got it.
Just leave.
You gotta go.
It's just like, and the thing is, right? Like here's my fear, right? Because I also got started as a result, started looking into face stuff for like the more horrific aspects, right? And like
Yeah.
the creepy crawlies. And I'm like, now that I've done that, that means that everybody else has done it too, because I'm a basic bitch. So as a result, I'm like, okay, so I need to look elsewhere before the tide happens.
Yeah, before pop culture comes for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't look right.
That's why I like Remedy so much, because they did their own thing.
Yeah. Well,
It's
that's
just like weird.
my general approach to like when I'm like I want to make a thing.
Yeah.
Because I can't just like let
Think
things
Saga.
be the way they are ever. I can't just be like, all right, so like even when I'm like like even in like games like TTRPGs, I'm looking at stuff and I'm like, I could run this module, or that I could say I'm running this module, but I'm actually ruining everything. Like I just can't
Yeah.
let things be what they are. I have to like I look at a thing and I'm like, all right, I have this thing. How can I make it dumber and weirder than it is at the same time? So I can't
No, I
just
feel
like
that.
be handed something and then it'd be like, all right, just do this. Just do this thing.
I feel the need for weird.
You
I understand.
literally, yeah, you literally don't have to do anything. You don't have to touch it. Just do the thing as it is handed to you. And I'm like, or I could just like fuck up everything that's here, or I could take everything like a step to the left, like not even like a real change, like a lateral change.
Yeah.
That just like
Sometimes it's all it
makes
takes.
it that just makes it stupider than it was, and I'm like, there we go, I did it. Is this our guy? Is this our guy who's trapped in hell? Just to update you, I haven't had any success with setting the stage yet. Even the letters from the characters themselves are no use. Okay, right. This is the.
Hmm.
So there's no result. The propping has been proven to be effective according to Dr. Campbell. I think Dr. Campbell is the one who's in hell.
I think so, yeah.
I think so. I think he's the one from Vega to. There's a lot of names here, but I'm pretty sure Dr. Campbell is the one who's trapped in the lake house.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Maybe it's something in the rhyme itself. Is it too mature, too direct? Should we add complexity and charm to it? Try some different approaches and get back to me. Alright, thanks. I'll try to add some complexity and charm. No, it's Michael's. Michael's is the one who's down there.
Ah, yeah.
It's definitely him. This is really great use of my master's in applied physics. Yeah, I remember now. Michael's is the one. He's 100% the guy who's in the lake house.
Jeez, yep.
I'm positive he's in the lake house, just like filled with demons right now.
Fuming.
Sorry, Michael. I hope you get to use your master's in physics one day. Right, there's a page over there. There's a stash over there. Bucket. Right, it wanted me to explore. Well, exploring is optional. I can explore if I so choose. I do want to grab these dolls because I need them to. Because I think they moved around where some of the dolls are. Because I've
Gilded
noted
Size says if you're
that some of
seeing
the puzzles
something,
are
stream as a loading screen, but I don't know if it's just them or if it's
Where are we?
thing. I can try to look at stream. Hold on.
Stream looks fine on my end.
Let me reload that real quick.
If you're seeing
Ads. Yeah, no, I can see it. I can see it just fine. Might be on your end, Gilded Sai. Stream is set to slow mode. Yeah, I don't know. We don't know how to change that.
Yeah, they're just y'all are just in slow mode. That's just like the way it is. Because I don't think either of us have the power to unslow the mode. So
We probably do, but we don't.
yeah,
we don't know how to do it.
or we do, and we just like have no idea how to unslow the mode. So I think what's my bullet situation? I think Saga is like teaming with bullets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's Alan who's got no bullets in his gun because Alan isn't allowed to have bullets. So I might Ranger cabin. Well, actually, let me look at what I need because this I need a deadbolt. So I need the bolt cutter. So I probably should. It's probably not even worth going over there. And I also need bolt cutters here. No, I need.
I guess
bolt
it's
cutters
not
for
that bad too,
this.
because it's literally you guys can send a message every 5 seconds, so like it's
Yeah. So like,
good.
unless you're like screaming constantly.
Try /slow off.
Let's see. Thank you, Honor Spell.
Hello, Honor Spell. Thank you for the sub. Hey, y'all, I'm eating for the first time in 22 hours due to poor planning and a blood test. How is your day doing? Hot damn. Well, have a good fucking eatery. Jesus. Day going well. We just started. And we're babbling about
we're babbling
media,
while
I
I try
suppose.
to figure out what I'm doing with my time.
And we're trying to understand how to fucking unslow the chat.
Yeah, we're trying to unslow the mode. It didn't work.
It did not.
Alright, well.
Well.
My slash.
Well.
I do get some good details on information on using chat commands. Help. You've done nothing for me.
Ah.
Okay. I see. Thank you.
I see. Nothing. Cool.
Thank you for this nothing. Okay. Well, y'all are in slow mode. That's your life.
That is your life.
Welcome to slow mode. Actually,
You have to
hold on.
count to 5 until you can message again. Apologies.
You'll survive. You'll be okay. So, up here, do I need... Yeah, I just need a key, not the bolt cutters. And I have a screwdriver. But I may just wait until I have the bolt cutters so that I can...
Just like swoop the entire
yeah, just
area.
do a one fell swoop of bothering this place. Cause what is this over here? What are you? Oh, this is where the lighthouse is. Okay, so I'm not super concerned about that. Yeah, I'll
That
roll out.
reminds me of a dumb thing, Niko. Do I have you as a friend on Steam? Do I have you as a friend?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I don't think I do.
I don't use Steam as like a social conveyance device, so
yeah.
there
I just need to have you as a friend for no suspicious reasons at all.
For no reason, I will not ask.
No suspicious reasons.
I will believe you.
Yes.
Okay. I immediately forgot what I was doing because I got distracted trying to figure out what I wanted to do with myself. All right, we're going back to Bright Falls, everybody. Boop. Time to...
Okay, I like the very slow. That's a good bit. Okay, everyone.
Static, wait! It's making this sentence longer than it has to be.
Yep, we're getting there.
We appreciate the
there we go.
Appreciate
your bit. Appreciate your bit, Camelon.
Bit witnessed and appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Oh.
The bit continues.
Alan Wake.
Ah.
My name comes up, your books come up. You come up. I've read them. There are echoes of my life in there that makes me feel like someone's been watching me.
Well, okay, so if my theory proves correct, I think
What
right around
happened
here
to
is where the,
Alan
like,
Wake?
real divergence...
The unanswered mystery. Never expected to find you alive.
My head's killing me.
I think you like using people, Wake. Taking their lives and twisting them into your stories. And when someone gets hurt, it's kick-ass material for the next one. Shit! Spilled my coffee.
Take it you're not a fan then, Agent Casey.
This is not your playground, and I'm not your fucking creation.
It doesn't work that way. You can't make something out of nothing, even in a dark place where the rules hardly apply. It's very complicated to make fiction come true. I saw visions of what's happening, what will happen. Dreams. I tried to use them in my writing. I understand how dangerous it is now. Even with a paralyzing amount of planning. I think I stopped writing. I think I gave up. But there's a manuscript. Maybe I forgot not to write. The dark place makes you forget.
I'm gaslighting myself again, Niko.
Me too. I can feel it happening.
I just
Like,
want
is
to
this
fix
new?
this. Find a version of the story that fixes everything.
Shut up! Get down!
Because, like, I don't remember if that confrontation was so aggressive before, but I think it was.
Yeah. Like, I'm gaslighting myself for, like, did they go into it as much?
Shit!
Hey, what are you doing?
chance.
Okay, that I remember.
Yeah. I wouldn't give Alan a gun either.
No.
It's coming!
No chance. It's very funny. I think I missed that joke the first time.
Yeah.
Okay. So my theory is that starting here is where
Shit changes.
is where the more obvious like story divergences, if any, might be. This is like my theory is where this is where it starts.
Fuck.
There goes Casey. There's Casey, the man with the fucking wildest body count in this game.
I had escaped the dark place.
Alright, Alan.
So had the dark presence. Scratch. He was here, in Bright Falls. I could feel him as a growing pressure in my head. Stronger by the
Exploded
minute.
somebody, Jesus.
Why didn't he kill me with the rest? What did he want? I
If
gotta
you
get
can
out of
solo
here.
the demons? Yeah, absolutely.
Never put Casey in
I
a
needed to find
situation.
Casey.
He's
We're on the
allergic.
same side in this fight. Strength in numbers.
Me playing Saunders.
Never put Sander in a situation. He's allergic.
I do like that in the brief moment you play Alan like up here, they still
Yeah.
revert back to like Alan Wake 1 where like all of the paths are blocked
to
up
protect
and everything
myself.
becomes
Yeah.
very linear again.
Yeah.
A gun and
It's a
flashlight.
nice nod.
How nostalgic.
Fucking going nuts at the fucking forest, dude. Jesus.
That's my wife over there murdering.
Over there murdering.
There he goes. Murdering again. There he goes.
It's Casey.
Jesus.
He was still alive.
Drop your weapons, he says, firing wildly.
Yeah. Remember how to play your video game.
That's also an interesting thing of like, they don't have guns, do they, when they fight you?
This was the moment to destroy.
Came out of fucking nowhere, dog. Also.
Damn. Well,
I'm just gonna scoot. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna not be. Excuse me. Bye. Oh, Ron Allen. Move your ass. Scoot, Allen, scoot. See, we're fine. We're good. Totally fine. Case, I hear Casey yelling in the background. That's how you know everything's fine. Where'd he go? I heard him walk.
is
Okay, there he is.
yeah, there
Hey,
he
man.
is.
What's up? Can I reach whatever's over here?
These were the cultists the FBI were after. Were they letting themselves be taken? Or did the dark presence not discriminate?
They're just fucking idiots, dude.
One old boy. Oh, but I don't think he can. Where is he? I'm scared of him.
He can't see you right now, but
No,
yeah.
he can't see me. Just over there.
Camelot in chat. The only reason Casey hasn't yet solved everything is because this takes place in the woods. Yes.
You know what?
Honestly.
Probably true. Where are you, dude? Who are you stomping?
Hello,
there?
not a fire demon. There's a lot of blood on you. Yeah, Alan exploded
That
somebody
happens.
on accident.
Sometimes you just gotta do that. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna go this way.
I think you're going backwards.
No,
Oh no, you're not. Okay.
Hey!
Damn.
Bye! I'm in here now.
The pressure in my head was
How
unbearable.
you doing?
Scratch was getting closer, stronger than ever.
Alright, we got some bullets. Question mark? Oh, we got some battery. Like that though.
Camelon says, interesting that the Taken have voice lines for Saga despite it being Alan. Yeah.
Yeah. We're scooting.
Casey! Look out! It's him!
Woo! Move.
The pressure eased off. Scratch was further away. I could think again. Casey.
Casey's just like swearing off in the distance.
Casey,
It's
I'm
really
coming!
Yeah.
Fuck.
It's like, Casey, I'm coming. Like, Casey doesn't want you, dude.
Yeah, Casey definitely doesn't want you to be here. Hello, Saga.
FBI, drop the knife!
FBI, open up!
Elmo?
Saga, you don't understand! FBC!
Elmo about to solve everybody's problems. Yo?
Agent Anderson.
I
Agent
think
Kieran
I missed
Estevez,
this
Federal
last
Bureau
time.
of
I
Control.
wasn't there, I think.
Take
You
it from
may
here.
have actually.
Outpost.
I think you may have missed the
This is my
entry
case.
of the FBC.
This is no longer an FBI investigation. The case has been transferred to us. This is bullshit. Noted.
This
We're
is
moving the
suspicion
evidence
of
and paperwork
supernatural
from your field
crimes.
office to our base of operation at the sheriff's station. Any other pieces of evidence with you? Anything relevant?
The clicker. I can't trust them with it. Nothing comes to mind.
Okay. Then your work here is done. Hey, you did well.
Wait! My partner, Agent Casey's MIA.
We'll look for
He's
him.
my partner, damn it! I
Agent?
should be...
Go home.
Careful moving weight. They think he's a para-utilitarian.
No.
He definitely is.
Fuck this.
Sure
I was
fucking
so
is.
close to getting the clicker to wake. I'm not done here. Not until I find Casey. Not until
They
my
love the
family is
FBC.
safe
They
from
do.
this horror
It's
story.
me. I'm the people.
Yeah, we are the people. We love the FBC. They suck.
They
We
do.
love them.
Oh my god.
They're terrible. We love them.
Tor and Odin were in the photo with the clicker. They might know how it works.
Now I'm once again
I'm off the
teaming
case, but I
with
can still visit
bullets.
family.
Ah, lovely.
So I do genuinely think that Saga's sections are not easier,
Hello?
but you get like the benefit of doing New Game Plus. But I do think Alan's
Yeah.
sections are like actually harder.
How did
That's
you know I was
crazy.
coming to see you?
Never mind that. We have bigger problems. We're losing. Oh, fuck! Fuck you fucking hag! Fuck!
That's rude.
Shit. Something is
yeah.
off at that nursing home.
Remembering this plot point.
Yep.
You have this for me. This is for mine now. Let's read the Valhalla or something. So I think, if I'm remembering the order of the lore drops, I think
Yeah.
coming up might be the lake house. I think because I think the like wooded area around the nursing home is where you start learning about the existence of the like ocean view
Oh yeah.
house, and I think that's around the time where the flooded area opens up to the FBC's lake house.
Right. Yeah.
Where can you go in here? Because I think ranger station. I think this might be the lake house. One of the ranger stations is the lake house, or at least is what like has been commandeered by the FBC, and I don't remember which one, but I think it's either that one or there's another one. Look at it from here. I just remembered Yaka trying to say quinceañera. Free me. Free me from
All I'm
this.
saying is that Ilmo was about to solve everyone's problems.
True.
He really was, though. Like, it would have sucked for Alan and everything, right? But, like, like as far as everyone else is concerned, like...
Yeah. I mean, honestly, his own fault. Okay, whatever. Because my current prediction for, like, game progression is either in this stream or the next stream will hit. On Saga's side, will hit the entrance to the Lake House DLC, provided that the Lake House DLC is like the Night Springs one. Oh no, dogs!
Uh-oh.
I didn't even see that ass.
Jesus.
Dead ass didn't see him. Drink your pills. Come on. I thought I had that one. Alright. They're running around, so maybe I'll have time to do this. There we go. No. Wrong. Incorrect. I think they don't actually have a shield. Now that you know what? I'm just gonna despawn these wolves real fast. Whoa! That scared the shit out of me. I'm gonna despawn these wolves real fast and try a second time. Okay. I'm gonna despawn these wolves. They're probably gonna come back, but I just like need a second, man. Okay. 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 I'm real bad at dodging wolves.
They are the dog is the scariest enemy in any survival horror.
True. You know, there's a second wolf, but I see this one. I love him. He's just running around. Oh my god.
He's trying to find you. Can't see you.
Can't see me. Got no eyes. Oh, he's coming. No, he's not.
Nice.
Success. There we go. Got the dog.
Albert says the lake house building is in the map where you find Alan at the beginning. You are about a stream away from the lake house DLC. But it's not started at the lake house building.
That makes sense. Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay, there's a second dog. I'm aware of dog number 2. Dog number 2, where are you? I hear you. I hear dog number 2. Get fucked. Dog number 2. Dog the sequel. Okay, he's coming. That could have been worse than it was.
You know, it's this game does an interesting thing, right? Where it's like the dogs actually do like animals tactics where they hide in the foliage,
Yeah.
and I don't appreciate it.
Yeah, they're like he like runs around in circles in the trees.
until you lose him, and then he fucking charges at you. It's like, I don't appreciate that. Don't appreciate that.
You win? Yes, I did.
Too real.
Eat shit.
Too real.
Eat shit, Puppo. Says me. Definitely. Read your cabin. There's seven. Maybe? Hold on. Do I need the deadbolt to go to where? I keep saying deadbolts. Do I need the Oh, I don't know. Oh, I'm pretty sure if I remember I have to go. It's gonna force me to go around anyway. Because that's what this game does. It'll be like, did you want to go the straightforward path? Well, you can't. Eat shit, and then you have to go around in a circle.
Get lost in the woods.
All right, we made it. We just
Tor and
briefly
Odin
had to-
claim to be my family.
we just had
I know
to
Logan and I
very
never lived
briefly
here. But I
fight some
don't know
dogs.
enough about my family history to say they're not my relatives. Mom only ever said my grandfather was bad news. The less I knew about him, the better.
The grandpapa.
Grandpapa. What grandfather? Just have to look at everything. I have to go to every.
Is Saga's grandpapa fucking Loki? Is this what this is?
That would be so fucking funny. Oh my god, that would be so fucking funny. Alan Wake 3, fucking Loki is just here and he's the
Loki's just there. He's the Saga grandpapa.
grandpapa.
Kaon says Grandpa was bad news because he wouldn't gaslight Saga into believing her brain demons were fake. Loki was a different dude. Ah, right.
Hilarious.
Forgot about that.
God, it's so wild that she's like yeah, my brain demons are very normal.
They are completely normal.
Very super normal.
Vote
Mayor
Mayor
Sutter.
Setter to sit in office.
Mayor Sutter to sit in office.
Meet the mayor, huh? Maybe I should swing by Suomi Hall.
We will. We're gonna see the goodest boy. Don't you worry. Goodest boy, Mayor Center. We love him. Or else. You must. Mayor Setter. Para-utilitarian. Makes you want to pet him.
It would not surprise me if the fucking FBC had like a study on like dogs and like a like some sort of para-utilitarian effect that everyone wants to pet the dog.
Oh,
Yeah.
Saga?
Why is everyone so excited about this one dog specifically?
Hello, Rose. Thought I'd swing by, see the family. Not a bad time, is it?
Oh, no. I was just, tidying I'm so glad you're visiting again, Saga. But Odin and Tor can't see anyone today.
I was just on the phone with Tor. He invited me over.
Sorry. They had a little too much fun on our trip to Watery and need to rest.
I need an excuse to get in and talk to them. That's too bad. Okay if I say hi to the other residents before I go?
Sure. They always love visitors. Come on in. Not smart to be outside when the sun goes down.
I love the architecture. I always dreamed of living in a haunted Victorian manor.
You say that like it's your first time here.
Oh my god, I get to steal all their batteries again. Oh, hello. There's the galore of
Steal the
Valhalla.
old people's batteries.
Pretty sure this is the thing that tells us that Thomas Zane was the one who... Like, it was
Oh,
Thomas
yeah,
Zane and the Old Gods who built this place. It was supposed
You know what I
to be a
just
place for
realized
the
is
Old
that-
Gods to just hang out. Now it's a nursing home.
Old gods of Asgard.
You know what I
Odin
just
and Tor
realized
had a
is that it
band
would make
lately.
sense that all the batteries would be in the old people home because only old people use batteries these days.
Yeah.
like another perfect morning in paradise. I agree, Ilmo. A perfect morning for me to drink this coffee I'm holding. Oh shit, this coffee is shit. Yako, did you just drink a regular brand coffee? I did. My perfect morning is ruined. And all because of your shit coffee. If only we could have good coffee. Hey, what's that sound?
Oh my god. Are you kidding me?
Ilmo, look, it's the Bright Falls blended organic coffee from Old Deer Diner.
I'm wasted.
I've heard that the health benefits of this coffee
That's not even
increased
pointing
energy,
at the bird.
improved eyesight, better lovemaking, and deeper connection to animals.
Crazy, both brothers are played by the same actor. Are they? That's awesome.
You are always prepared for what comes next. How does it taste, Yako?
Good camera.
I feel like $1 million. Thanks, Old Deer Diner Coffee. Bright Falls Blend Organic Coffee is brewed with care right here in the Pacific Northwest from coffee beans that are sourced locally in Puerto Rico. Try it today at Coffee World and the Old Deer Diner. And don't forget to try the delicious brunch special this month only for Deer Fest.
God, I love them. Although I did note something that I know for a fact is different. I don't think in the first playthrough that they show you Ilmo's face. When he's about to stab Alan, I do not think I don't think they show you that.
Here's some of our residents, or
I don't
as
think
I like to call them,
that feels like something that's different.
You swung by, everyone. Norman, clothes.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
Norman, we have a visitor. Where are your clothes?
I'm headed back to the sauna with Artie.
Just another day in Valhalla. I should really get back to work, Saga. But feel free to spend some time with Mandy May and Norman here. It's good for them to have company.
Tor and Odin are here somewhere. Need to find them. Do either of you know where I could find Tor and Odin?
Odin is sleeping upstairs, but your grandpa's been acting crazy. He got electrocuted when he smashed the telephone.
Don't make up stories. Tor went loopy and smacked himself in the head with that hammer he's always carrying around.
Tor is hurt. Something's wrong with him. Was Tor hurt badly?
He never let go of that hammer when he got electrocuted. It looked like a bolt of lightning hit him. Wham! Zap!
Thank goodness Blum took the hammer away from him. It's not Tor's hammer, no matter what he keeps saying. Blum has his moments, even if he is a Russian.
Andy May, you can't say stuff like that.
Damn.
I
forgot about racist grandma.
That's some fascinating network, Mandy May. What's your inspiration?
Oh, I don't know. It is what it wants to be. Taking a break from making those little ornaments for Rose. Do you knit?
I dabbled when I was pregnant. Socks, mittens, the usual stuff.
Oh, how about knitting me some underwear?
One more crude remark from you, Norman.
Yeah, no, it's just a hammer. It's like literally just a hammer, like a regular
It's a
hammer.
sledgehammer, yeah.
All right, Mandy May. Try not to.
Have you seen the way Tor's been slobbering?
Try not to do
over Cynthia?
racisms.
He's like a horny teenager.
Oh, what's wrong with her?
Ati, this is your home.
our
You
age.
don't need to keep cleaning.
Let him clean. It's for his enrichment.
And you know Mr. Blum doesn't like it when you take his work clothes. Why don't you go pick a song from the jukebox?
Yes,
You're being a
Box
freak,
Holiday.
Adi.
Just thinking about it makes my dance foot waggle. Oh, lad, I know.
Fucking insists on cleaning even though he's not fucking.
I love
This is so
Adi.
funny.
Love him. Hi, Adi. What's up, Adi?
Oh.
Good things to say.
Hello there. Saga Anderson.
Eipä siinä. Name won't make the man worse. Even a Swedish name. I'm Ahti.
Anything good on that jukebox?
We try to do good, but only Prime comes out. Music from my Swedish brothers, old gods of Asgard. My pals, the Perkele Vikings. Perkele.
Do you know where I could find the Andersons?
Oh, you can never know where. Only a seaman can know that. But even the seaman can't know everything.
Fair enough. Thanks anyway. Were you in the band?
Minäkö? No. Perkele saatana, en ollut en. Not so much sweet that it fills the whole stomach. But we have shared a stage or two.
Kay says, wonder if any of the ABC have met Audie here. I don't think so.
I do not think so. I think they have
He's on
no
holiday,
idea.
which means you don't get to see him, I think is how it works.
Yep.
You said I'd been here before.
You only encounter Audie if he wants you to,
When
I
was
think.
the last time you visited? Let's see exactly what she thinks she remembers.
Oh, it's been years. We were all so sad when you left. After the accident.
Jesus, Rose.
My daughter didn't drown. You're remembering wrong. She's at home watching Night Springs with her father.
Don't let her watch that.
It's useless. I need to stop the story. Mandy May and Norman said Tor is hurt. Why didn't you mention that earlier?
Oh, you mean the little bump on his noggin? It's nothing. The residents like to exaggerate.
Uh-huh. I need to check Tor's room.
FBI.
FBI.
FBI, you're lying to me, Rose?
Right.
FBI.
FBI. FBI, Rose, show me your weird Alan Wake shrine.
No one wants to see your
FBI, this is weird.
Albert says, so you can plan around it. The entrance to the DLC is in the dialogue dump you get with Estevez and Casey after the police station attack. There's a point where Estevez mentions the lake house, and then the game just pops up, hey, DLC time? I think you referred to that conversation as divorce bonding time.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, so it's
that helps
during
a lot,
the divorce
actually.
bonding. Yeah, no, that actually that's very relevant. So that means it's after this.
Somebody here is Wake's #1 fan. Rose?
Oh my god, she gave him anime eyes. What the fuck?
Yeah, there's like this one where he's got like, oh, I thought he had little cat ears, but he gave her little. She gave him little devil horns.
Devil horns.
She has like never met this man.
Nope.
She does not realize that he's just like a sad
There's
cat.
another lunchbox.
It's fun too that they made all of this after like his design in the first game.
Yeah.
Like it's fun that like it's not updated to what he looks like now because it makes sense. Like it's what he was when he was popular.
This is what he looked like before he vanished, so nobody knows that he's like a scruffy little sad sack now. Who's like full of trauma because he's been looping the fucking dark place for 13 years.
Kevalon says, Rose, please, he's married. Technically a name. Oh, I forgot about the Allen Shrine. You forgot about the Allen... How could you forget about the Allen Shrine?
Is like the most important piece of lore in this entire game.
Astral says, Alan Wake is a sad cat that accidentally fell into a half-filled bathtub.
He is! That's the exact energy Alan Wake has.
Not a fire demon before he had the world's worst depression spiral. God. Yep. Gotta love it when entities give you depression and spiral you out of control.
They do. Oh god, the spooky door is is here. I wonder
Right.
I wonder if I will get to interact with the spooky door. the scary door. Oh, we don't need to be full of coffee cups right now. Undetected, which is super good because we have the hunting rifle fully upgraded. What were the other ones that I used? We want the Nightmare Setter charm while we're wandering around. Increase effectiveness. Yeah, we've got. We'll put this one. At least while we're wandering around, while I'm stealing all of their batteries. Do that? Okay. Deer.
That's a good deer.
Touch him, the deer. Stealing from... Just stealing medical supplies from the elderly. That's what we're doing today.
You know, as you do.
Very normal. I'm just gonna Okay, never mind. I was just gonna
what else would you do in a nursing home, really?
It's not like there are any activities. Steal their medical supplies.
To be fair, the old people steal also a lot, actually, in nursing homes.
True.
Like all the fucking time.
This place is a mess. And Tor's not here.
Like I remember when my grandpa got into a nursing home back then. His his roommate would constantly steal from the cafeteria. Would always have a stash of food in his fucking room, even though he wasn't supposed to.
Excuse me, miss.
You know what? Honestly, good for him.
Barging into your room.
Good for him.
While you're performing mental and physical strengthening exercises, do you? I thought not.
Sorry. Don't mind me.
I'm just here to steal your medical supplies. I'm stealing your bullets.
Grandma, why did you have bullets in your drawer?
FBI.
FBI?
Can you explain?
Why do you have bullets? Can you explain why you have bullets? It's for my mental strengthening exercises.
It is. It's true.
He was drunk and watery. Or is this something more serious? That woman in the painting looks like Mom. Was I born here? Or is this more of the story?
BHBMF says, so in Rose's episode, she came to the top of this building and found Alan's room. I wonder if this building really has the 2 round windows when seen from outside. That is a good question.
That's a good question, actually. Let's investigate that.
Oh, it's Odin.
It's Odin.
Having a nap. As Odin does.
Before time. To drink from the well of wisdom. Alright, you're just. This is.
Can you hear me, Odin? Odin Addison? Can you hear me?
No.
I need to ask you a couple of questions. Odin? He's in no shape to talk.
Alright. Hold on. Alright. We've done that.
They did the modelers did a very good job at aging the members of the band.
Yeah.
Like either that or they actually took actors and makeup magic made them seem like they would resemble. I don't know. I don't seem to remember the old Odin and Thor in live action.
No. I don't think so, because the only time I think you see those two in live action is during the musical number, and that's like...
That's their normal selves, yeah, as
that's
younger.
like them when they're younger. So this sure as hell is where that fight takes place, huh? Where you
Yeah, sure
fight
is.
Alan's...
Well, no round windows.
Where you fight Alan's secret twin.
His secret werewolf twin.
Yeah,
his werewolf bake.
twin who loves Rose. And wants to steal her from Alan for some reason, even though they've never met, and there's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on there.
There's a lot going on in that episode of Night Springs. Going on in like both of the episodes of Night Springs that we've seen.
God, yeah.
Become beans.
Albert says they just hired some old actors to play the models. They've got an interview on the Remedy channel about how they found the experience being part of the game's motion capture and stuff. Oh, awesome.
Oh, that's cute.
That's very nice. I guess they just cinema magic make them look alike. That's awesome. That's cool. I guess it's like, I guess there's some like artifices that will just work. Like one of them has a head bandana, the other one has a fucking eye patch, and that will do a lot, I assume.
Like character stuff that you just associate with them.
Yeah. So like the brain does the rest.
Note to self: hide the thing with a nice little riddle like this. Better than any actual lock. I see.
I see you've been talking to fucking Ilma. God fucking damn it. Get to the other side.
125 otter.
That's a pissed
really
off otter.
Specific
evil
book.
Evil otter.
Yeah, that book is that otter is not amused. It is not happy to be here.
Albert says there's also one for Saga/Alan's actors, the guy who plays the brothers, and Estevez/Sam. Like, that's awesome.
Medical supplies.
God, anytime I see anything mocap, it looks so fucking weird. It must be strange to like act for mocap.
Yeah. May.
I think it's time for me to eat real food.
Eat a food. Consume a true food.
Getting in is
spooky door.
For your own safety. Time is long for those who wait. But in the end, stand the thanks.
Sheesh, didn't see you there.
Honey, why are you guarding the evil room? Why is the evil room even here? FBI, Adi.
FBI, Adi.
FBI evil room? Question mark.
Question mark.
The room of demons. Alright, I have to clean my room. I have to, I must.
Like, sometimes I wonder what would happen, like, what happened, because you know that the FBC tried, right? So, like, what happened when they tried to, like, confront Adi about what the fuck he is, right? They think he just left?
Yeah, well, I think what happened is they had, like, a really odd conversation with Adi, and Adi just, like, did the thing where he kind of, like, talks to you like he's your jovial granddad telling you stories about, telling you, like, a funny story about the time at the bar with his best mate Rolf. Like, that's kind of, like, the energy he gave off. And then they were like, yeah, but wait, what? And what does that mean? And then he said something cryptic and just, like, vanished. And they're like, okay, well, I guess so.
This is how, you know, even more confirmation in my eyes that teleportation is the most fun superpower ever.
Fired again. Another hit. Faster. Again. Yet faster. Again. A strange, lethal feedback loop forming. Speeding up.
Thanks. We now have an automatic shotgun. Or at least a very fast shotgun. Okay.
They just found Addy in the oldest house. Yeah, no, I know that. I know that they just found him in the oldest house. That's why I'm like, they obviously fucking tried to fucking question him.
Yeah, no, like surely at least one person at some point was like, "Excuse, like question mark."
Like, who are you?
And then they got like no real answer, and then like immediately the next day, like a memo went out that was like, "Hey,
hey,
don't
don't bother
the janitor. Just like don't never bother the janitor ever again."
I guess he has like a direct line to the director, so it would make sense that like essentially he would just be like, tell them to stop bothering me.
It was like maybe like one or two agents were like, we should try to figure out what the fuck is going on with Adi, and they like talked to him, and it was a really weird conversation. And literally the next day there was like a memo sent out that was like, notice to agents, please don't bother the janitor.
Cavalon says they tried to video record him and they ended up creating an OP. Is that real or is that a goof? Because I would not be surprised if it actually just did that.
Leave Adi alone. Torn down and resting and can't see this. Okay. That's one room cleaned. Time to clean the next room. Oh, the Casey lunchboxes. Mandy May. What, please? Mandy May. She makes them. Water.
Albert says the Sam/Estevez one mentioned that Estevez's actor, I suppose, was like a fan of Control who works as a video game lore supervisor, and she met Sam at a fan script table reading or something, and Casey's voice actor sadly passed away.
Oh, yeah. I love Remedy. I should just like look at this.
Control Fandom.com wiki VHS cassette tape. Oh my god, it's real.
Hilarious.
Huh.
And then, of course, they have to send out another memo that's like, please don't videotape Adi. We're begging you.
Gotcha. I guess that, God, yeah, I did not know of his passing, but it does make a lot of sense because I did think that like at some point, like more recently, any voice thing that I would hear from Alex Casey in any like thing would be different. So it makes a lot of sense. Oh Jesus. Caroline says a VHS video home system tape cassette item will not eject from the television after television player. Sorry, eject from the television player used at the time its altered status became evident. The VHS plays footage of Ati, entity A001, cleaning a floor and dancing. This footage renders individuals incapable of movement, speech, or thought while the television screen is within view. This effect is estimated to last indefinitely, though most time spent in this state by a test subject is 21 hours. Individuals only recollect hearing strange music during their entranced state. Footage plays on a constant loop even when the television is not connected to a power source. Oh, that's hilarious.
Don't videotape Adi. Imagine the memos that like have to go out every once in a while, because like it's like the like, okay, these rules only exist because someone had to do something to create these rules.
Yeah.
So it's like every once in a while FBC agents come into work and there's just like a whack ass memo like, do not under any circumstances videotape the janitor, and they're like, oh god. What happened?
What? Who?
What happened? First off, why are we videotaping the janitor? And second off, what did it do?
BGB both says, since Ati treats Jesse as a new janitor, I would love to see him doing the same for Trench. Yeah. God.
God, yeah.
I could definitely see Trench just like looking in the middle distance and just being like, yes, might as well happen.
Yeah, okay. At first, he's like, "No, I'm not the janitor. You don't understand." But Adi just like keeps doing it.
Yeah,
And
he
at
keeps
some
doing. I
point,
mean,
you
just
just
like he did for
accept your
Jesse,
fate.
honestly.
Yeah. Well, but then there's also like considering like what was Trench before his entire soul became nothing but a black pit of depression?
That's not right.
Who knows? Married, probably.
I mean, yeah. There we go. We did it. Okay. Oh, all right. I have to talk to my brain demons.
Gotta clean your room.
Talk to my brain demons. They have so much to say.
Odin's in rough shape. What happened to him?
You would never believe it, but Trench is in fact divorced. Yeah.
There's darkness in the water.
Shocking, I know.
We have our little tricks. And so do you.
What's happening? It's never felt this way before.
You're all grown up, Saga, dearest. And you're back just in time.
Oh yeah, God, it's the first time that they talk back to her.
Yeah.
We're too old and weak. You have the power in you, like all Andersons.
What was that? He wasn't a projection. Odin was really here. We were connected. Are they really my family? Is that why this is happening? I found a photograph of you with the cultists. How are you involved?
We're too old for this brand of crazy, but we'll drink with anyone who's offering. The cult's been on our asses to join for years, but we already have our band, and those damn fools don't know what they're dealing with. No wonder they
sure
want a
don't.
pair of legends.
Tor and Odin are not part of the cult. The cult thinks there's something special about Tor and Odin. I'm starting to see it too. I've never connected to someone like this in my mind place before. How is this happening?
I was glad to answer your call. Vikings are born travelers. You are a seer. You can see the truth. But your grandpa will want to tell you more himself. Wouldn't want to steal his thunder. Tor is in danger. You can save him.
Is my mind place more than just a mental technique? Sometimes my mind place even baffles
Where the
me.
demons read?
Is this the reason?
What the fuck?
Is there something more than intuition behind it? One thing at a time. Tor is in trouble. Once I help him, he can maybe tell me more. You said Tor is in danger. What's going on?
Being dead
Darkness
doesn't make
is
you no longer
drawn to the
divorced.
spark. Tor only thinks with his
You're simply
hammer,
dead and divorced.
never his head.
The status effects only stack.
Prince of fucking Darkness is making a comeback. Tor's marked by darkness. I can feel it. Is he in his room? It wants to take him, and then take me. Beware of Cynthia Weaver. Bad things happen in the wellness center. Don't let her drag him under, Saga.
Does Prince of Darkness refer to Scratch? Is Tor becoming taken? I need to find him before it's too late. Stop this before more people get hurt. I found Wake's clicker. What can you tell me about it?
Cut off from Tom's lamp. It washed to the shore. Good work getting the light switch. The light switch is like an amp. You can play rock and roll without it, but you won't blow anyone away. Art, like Tom's writing, can change the world. But the light switch will crank that change to 11.
The clicker has the power to change the story. To save Logan. This confirms what Wake said. I can't let Scratch get his hands on the clicker. By Tom's writing, Odin must mean Wake.
Gotta love how Tor and Odin don't tell you shit unless you're part of the family.
Yeah. Cause like they sure just like with Alan, they just were kind of like, all right, shit's going down, let's go, fam. And then just like they didn't really tell Alan anything. They were just like,
no.
We know how to fight the demons. And he's like, why do you know that? And they're like, shut up, we're fighting the demons now. It's like, okay. But then Saga like walks in the house and they're like, Saga, our grandest baby child, let us tell you the entire history of all of Cauldron Lake.
Yeah.
Let us tell you of the days before. Okay. What am I doing right now? Find Tor. Hold on. Let's... Just because I...
Shut up, nerd. Drink this moonshine made from lake water.
Yeah,
for
real. I just like want to watch it again.
It's me, your brother. I now recognize you, but Ilmo, why are you dressed like that? Deerfest is almost here, which means we're chopping the prices on all of our custom-designed Deerfest parade floats. Floats created by the award-winning team at Kalevala Knights Motorcycle Club, winners of the last year's trophy for Best Deerfest float featuring an animal that is not deer. That very team. And you're gonna get a kick out of our latest float designs. We've done it all. Deerfest floats, restaurant floats, floats shaped like things we can't show on television. Our floats are the best way to impress your friends, propose to your partner, or throw shade at an office colleague. And we don't do just Deerfest. Our floats are a perfect gift for weddings, birthdays, bar mitzvahs, or your quinceañera. Our floats will punch up any special occasion. Why take our word for it? Let's hear it from one of our many, many happy customers.
I was at Deerfest last year. Flows were pretty good. One of them was a swan.
And people liked it. And there you have it. Award-winning floats now at reduced prices that will...
I think this is my favorite commercial. Mostly because of Yako struggling to say the word quinceañera.
Yeah.
I just wanted to watch him be completely unable. I just wanted to watch him fumble quinceañera really badly. I like that they didn't do a separate take. They didn't like go to anybody and be like, "How do you say this fucking word, dude?" They were just like, "Yeah."
Oh,
Aaron,
that's where we
put it on
provide
TV.
our
Then they
health
kept
services
it.
to the residents. We have a rehab facility, dining area, and beds for special round-the-clock care. To stay young, stay limber.
I mean, honestly, I look at all of these commercials. I'm like, yeah, that's a one take.
Yeah,
They didn't bother with multiple.
They did like. I think they maybe did like one. It wasn't even a rehearsal. It was just like them standing there while Ilmo was basically like, and then you say this line and I'll say this and it'll sound like this, and then they were like, film it.
Planning to
Yeah.
watch the Deerfest parade, Mandy May.
And sit in a crowd of noisy drunks all day? I'd rather stick this knitting needle in my ear.
We love Mandy Mans. Whenever she talks, I'm like, wait, I have to see if she does a race.
Busy today. Busy, busy, busy.
Okay. I feel like talk to the Andersons, find Tor. I want to look at the map. Thanks, fam. Cynthia. That's the thing. Okay, I need keys. Oh, Pat's room is just open? Alright.
Oh, they have a museum for the band, God.
Yeah.
They're so proud of their local celebrities.
I mean, that's good. I mean, this building, the what is now a nursing home was originally just like a place for the band to hang out.
Oh, nice.
This was like their. This was like. Oh, hey, Cynthia. I remember this.
This will put
Hi,
a
Cynthia.
smile back on your face, my dear.
Sorry?
With no sense of up or down.
She's one of them. There must be an overlap here somewhere.
Thanks, Cynthia. I came over here though to invade Pat's privacy because I noticed that his door was open.
Very old.
Hey,
The
man.
government built a bunker here during World War II to watch the ocean for Axis navies and who knows what else. Ever since they sealed the bunker, it's been a hot spot for teens. The Ocean View Motel and Spa, they call it. Ironically, I believe. They go there to enjoy their beer and their vapes and electronic cigarettes.
And their vapes.
Ridiculous. The future is... So, the teens would drink there, do other stuff that isn't appropriate content for you listeners at home, but the bunker has a tendency to flood, especially during the winter. In the 90s, a group of teens went down there one Saturday night and got a little drunker than usual. The teens noticed one girl, Nora Hesberg, was missing. They figured she just went home. When Nora's folks didn't find her in her bed the next morning, they called the police. The authorities, they searched the bunker and found poor Nora floating in one of the flooded passages. She had a real talent for music.
Streamer Cookie asks, I don't remember, do we ever go back to Hartman's place in this game?
Nowadays, teens think the bunker is haunted. That doesn't stop them from going there.
So.
The police have tried to lock it up, but you know young people, they're persistent. Now, as for myself...
BHBS says, small towns are weird about their local celebrities. Our town has the famous Elvis impersonator. At least Tor and Odin did their own music. Jesus, yeah.
Nora's singing. Just the humming of a certain neighbor of mine who has an inexplicable love for Finnish tango.
Is it Adi? You done? Okay. Yeah, I don't think we go back to Dr. Hartman's place, mostly because I think I don't think so. I also think it's closed. I think it just doesn't fucking exist anymore. Because first off, it got super exploded in the first game.
The coffee is also served.
And second off, Dr. Hartman himself is in the FBC basement, teeming with demons, just like full of them.
Sure is.
He is just absolutely made of evil.
He is very busy being the rope in a tug of war between
Yes.
the house and the dark presence.
Sorry, Saga. Saga. That area is for staff only.
FBI.
FBI.
Open up.
FBI, I'm staff now. I suppose not. Alright, I've invaded Pat's privacy. I've been told that I can't go that way. I've encountered
That's a lot of
Cynthia
recording here.
Weaver.
Yeah, it's like I feel like it's only in a very small town like this that a nursing home would allow a resident to like pursue his
just,
hobby
set
as hard
up
as
the
this.
radio station, like, inside of the room. Okay, so I activated Cynthia, which I think means...
Albert says probably a clean your room moment here.
Yeah, probably.
When in doubt.
When in doubt, clean your room. That is such the way that... Alright, I was like, why is it so fucking dark? Because I don't have a flashlight. Alright, let's clean our room. Okay. What's this? Odin spoke directly to me in my mind. Sorry. My legs in water? No.
Like I wonder how like it's genuinely something that I'm like thinking about now. Like I wonder how much you can negotiate with like the nursing home staff if you're in there, right? With like literally going to the director or something and like being like, okay, I'm of sound mind, you know, I'm not like this is not dementia, whatever, but like this is my passion. I want to do this. I have the equipment. Can I do something? Can I have a spot?
Can I just fuck up this room? Can I crank the electricity bill of this area, of this nursing home? Am I allowed to do that? And like, why not, honestly?
Because like I'm imagining like even just like let's say somebody likes playing the guitar, right? Like acoustic guitar, not even amped up, like you know, like even that probably is you would need a specific space because you can't like annoy the other residents with your music.
Yeah.
Asparagus and potatoes, roasted. Dessert is a fruit cup.
Dessert is a fruit cup. Okay. Check. Where's your... What do you think? Nikki, this is the evil. Nikki, this is Cynthia Weaver's room. She's dead though.
I'm just imagining myself in a fucking nursing home of like, oh, you don't understand. I live at night because all my friends are in America. Sure, sure, Grandpa. Sure, sure. I'm sure you have many friends in America, but I do, though.
I do.
I do streams with them. Oh, Grandpa. Streams are not a thing anymore. We only do full consciousness VR nowadays.
Yeah, now we use the chips in our brain to beam ourselves directly into our our auxiliary bodies in America.
In America.
Because of course America is...
PHP of Grandpa, America doesn't exist. You know America doesn't exist now that after the Trump incident, Grandpa.
after the Trump.
After the Trump. Some call it the Trumpening.
Yeah, it's Trumplandia now.
I thought Artie put on a
Trumplandia now.
this afternoon.
Oh, Grandpa.
Did I have to like fuck around in here? Because I remember being in the nursing home the first time and being like, I think it was because I had to like touch a very specific thing that I just like wasn't pushing A on because I'm dumb.
Kevalon, I wonder if the people in ancient Rome could also see what we see today? What? What does it mean? What does that mean? Chat, squint at K-Avalon. They're going fucking cryptic and oracle on us. Squint at them.
Chat.
chat?
Chat.
The future knows Rome fell, but could the citizen feel it? Oh. I think there's literal text of that, actually, of like Roman notable citizens that like had any amount of following that were talking about the fall of the empire and decadence and all of that.
I'm sure they did. I'm sure they were like, man, shit's fucked.
Shit's
Because
fucked.
like I don't think you get an entire like societal collapse without people like seeing it coming
Knowing for a
mile
while,
away.
Yeah. Ghost was telling me in German they have like a saying that like cannot be fully translated, but the best way to translate it in English is dancing on the volcano.
Yeah.
And
German has a lot
that's
of those.
yeah, and that's like basically a phenomenon that exists where like the population knows that wherever they live is on the verge of collapse but can't do anything about that, so they get wild.
Yeah.
And just have fun. As hard as they can.
What else are you gonna do, honestly?
Yeah, right, yeah, exactly. Gotta roast marshmallows at Pumpy. Oh god, that's fucking rough. Albert says there might be another room cleaning to do. Not done cleaning your room, Saga.
Isn't. I cleaned my room. I did it.
Niko, you gotta clean your room.
My room. The room is clean. Is there a profile to do? No, Nightingale doesn't have anything to say to me. Does Alan have anything to say to me? No. You two have anything to say to me? No.
More Odin, maybe?
I think Odin's done. Oh. There's
Yep.
Oh.
Here you go.
Okay, this is still for later. Cult of the Tree. Okay. Anderson Brothers. Okay. Art, like Wake's writing, has the power to change reality.
The clicker makes Wake's writing change reality. Can I trust him with that much power?
No.
Not
absolutely
sure I have a
not.
choice.
BHB Saga, who takes your profile picture, is Alan's wife.
Yes.
Something is definitely going on here.
The worst part is that since they're not even real pictures, it means that Saga just decides to imagine them that way.
Saga is just like, this is mugshot central.
Yeah. I'm an FBI agent, and that's how it's gonna be.
Right. I can only visualize people in the form of their mugshots.
Tor's in the wellness center, isn't he?
Everyone's a criminal.
Well, yes, but you
FBI,
really shouldn't
open
go
up.
in there right now.
FBI.
I'm gonna need you to unlock the door. This is FBI business.
FBI, open up!
There's some things that,
FBI!
Yes, okay. I'll let you in.
I love it too
Thank you,
because now
Rose.
that we know, right, that Rose is like pretty much aware of everything.
Yeah.
Right? It's like now I'm like questioning of like why what was her actual reason to not want to open that door?
Well, at this point, I think what's going on, like with Rose, because your first playthrough, they kind of like make her out to, like, there's something up with Rose, and they kind of make her out to be a little like,
watch out.
they kind
Little
of want
cuckoo
you to think
crazy,
that she's
yeah.
a freak. I mean, she is a
Yeah.
freak, but like
She
she's
is.
malicious.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
But
That lady
Rose
is a
at this
walking red
point
flag.
does not know that Saga is involved
True.
in any way. So
True.
Rose is like, in this moment, is like, no, I can't. You're gonna get killed by the monsters if you
trying
go
to
in
save
there.
your life.
I'm
Yeah,
trying to
that makes
protect
sense.
you. But she's also just like a nurse at a nursing home, and an FBI agent is like, you need to let me in there. And she's like, what? Well,
I mean, I guess I have
I guess
to.
I have to.
I need bolt cutters.
So, like, from Rose's perspective at this point, she's just sent Saga to her doom. Wellness Center map.
God,
always forget.
aren't there? Sorry, go on.
I always forget that your setup is in your
Be ready,
kitchen, so
Saga.
I'm like, wow.
Sure is.
Wow, I can hear your kitchen really clear.
Yeah, you hear my kitchen really clearly. Yeah.
It's amazing that I can hear your kitchen from your kitchen.
My setup now, like when we do these streams specifically, my setup is all over the place. I just have you on my laptop and I carry it every time I move around.
The laptop just goes with you. That's fair, honestly.
I'm an awful streamer in the sense that I will just fucking go wherever I please with my house.
It's your home.
Hello?
You can stream wherever you want.
Tor?
Tor!
It's Saga Anderson.
God, I'm like, aren't there stories? I feel like I heard stories, but I don't know if they're true, if it's just people being weird, of like FBI agents that like go to other countries and still act like they own the place.
I think
and then are being basically told to fuck off.
I think that's just true of like no, that is true. That's just kind of like true of like American law enforcement, like people who are in any kind of like American law enforcement agency, when they leave the country will still be like, but I'm in charge, and everyone will be like, shut the fuck up. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? What?
Because
Who are you?
Americans seem to struggle a lot with understanding that the entire world isn't America. It's an unfortunate circumstance. The unfortunate state of
at least in
having
the
America
Western
brain.
world, it's more and more the case. But like,
It's the truly unfortunate state of having like America brain. Because, like, it's not just the FBI agents. Like, people who are just, like, normal-ass, regular fucking police officers, if they travel abroad, will be like, I will, like, still act like they're a fucking police guy. It's like, shut the fuck up. You're, like,
funny.
on vacation with your family.
I wonder if that's just a, because like that's why I heard of like FBI specifically. I wonder if that's just a cop thing. Where you can't turn it off, right?
Yeah,
like it's just cops just like.
Yeah, it could just be like in general. Maybe it's not like an America specific thing, but Americans are like uniquely annoying in that way.
Okay, Avalon. What do you mean, Niko? It's America, and will soon be America.
I guess that's true. Yeah.
That is not wrong. At least of Europe, that is not wrong. The culture is so like is very much changing.
It's like
and has been changing for a while.
It's like deep. I'm actually a little frightened by how like American brain rot is infecting other countries, and like not even in a way that's like that like makes sense. It's like specifically like a political brand of American brain rot is infecting other countries in ways that doesn't make any fucking sense, because the political system in other countries is different than
it doesn't apply at all. Yeah.
So like a couple of months ago, it came to my attention that there was some like Canadian lawmaker who was talking about like part of his like his platform was free speech, like American free speech, which is not.
It doesn't work the same in other countries. Yeah.
Canadians have free speech the way America does. They have a different thing. So for him to be integrating that into like his political platform literally doesn't make any fucking sense. What do you mean? What are you talking about? It's like actually upsetting, and I don't understand it. I don't understand why that's happening, like, at all. But it is. And
the only thing that I can imagine is like a mix between like
it has to
just
have
like
something to
cultural
do with
stuff
the
and social
media.
media.
It's gotta
Yeah,
be the
social
internet.
media. Yeah.
It's gotta be
Yep.
the internet, because a lot of social media is like you're just constantly being beamed American media.
Yeah.
No matter where you are, if you're hooked up to like the same internet box as America, you are just
Yeah.
experiencing American internet.
Yeah, pretty much. I get that. I guess that's the advantage of not being an English-speaking
Must be locked
country.
from the other side.
I guess is that you have a little bit more of like a
Yeah.
divide there. But like, damn.
Like it's gotta. I blame Twitter, like, mostly. I think Twitter is like the biggest culprit for why like American brain rot is becoming like just like a global issue.
Yeah.
I fully think that the Twitter is like the biggest culprit. Jesus, Cynthia. Oh, Jesus. I just remembered that the new enemy type appears in here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is where we get
because of the
those,
whole
like,
drowning thing.
Yeah, this is where we get those lake guys, those like little mirror dudes, who are very cool enemy type. Just like
I like them a lot. Yeah.
in their like design and conception are very cool. But they are also they're spooky. They're scary because they can disappear.
Kevalan says, I know there was a thing since Gen Z. The children in America were more similar to children of other countries than previous generations, which were more different per country. That makes sense, globalization and everything.
Yeah, that makes sense with
At least in the West.
Yeah. Very much makes sense with like the way people use the internet and how like American culture and American media is just like fucking everywhere, whether you like it or not.
Like, it is very true. Like, I don't think I think like it has been very rare that I went to the cinema to see like a French movie.
Yeah.
I think almost every movie that in a French cinema was an American movie.
That does not surprise me, but I don't like it.
It's like one would be surprised. There's actually a lot of like countries out there, including France, where like local or like national cinema isn't that developed. Weirdly, like it exists, it's developed, but it's not like it's not as much of a thing. Like it very much the culture is America when it comes to cinema. It's kind of, at least here, it's kind of nuts.
That's interesting, because I've never actually thought about that.
Looks like
oh yeah, I know. Like,
because like obviously I'm in America, so I expect to see American movies and like American pop culture. Like I
literally most of the box office is American movies, like straight up.
Why?
Like the like most of what people talk about, like, oh, what's the latest movie you've seen, right? And it's gonna be a fucking Marvel movie or like
I mean that
anything
that
American.
Shit makes sense. Like I expect that to be the case. Like I guess I sort of expected like kind of a disproportionate amount of movies would be American movies, but not like most
it's
of them.
It's almost all of them. It is almost all of them.
I kind of like figured, American movies are probably overrepresented in other people's like in like other countries' movie going experience, but but like they still have, but it's like still mostly their own country's movie experience. But I wasn't expecting it to be like, yeah, it's American movies, and then sometimes we get our own movies.
Yeah, like Streamy McClurky also says like it's rare for me to see a movie that is made in my country. Yeah, no, exactly. Same for me. It's actually rare for me to see a movie with any amount of budget that like is native to my country. Like in last time I went to the cinema, like let's say there was like probably 20 movies, like like a big advertisement, like this is what we have here, right?
Yeah.
And like 2 of them were French.
Huh. See, I would have expected, like, if you had, like, 15 movies playing in your theater, that, like, maybe 7 of them would be American movies, like, more than,
Mm-hmm.
like, a lot of them would be American, but not, like, most of them. I
Mm-hmm.
figured it would be, like,
Oh, it's definitely
maybe,
most of them.
it's, like, half, or, like, it would be more than it should be, but not not, like, literally all of them.
But it's very weird because like growing up, you don't fully realize that because we have like the shit ton of like American movies, but we dub them over automatically.
Yeah, obviously.
Like I have, well, actually, that's something that I discovered later on in life. That's not the case in like a lot of other countries. Like in a lot of other countries, it's subs, right? Like they're subtitled, but it's the actual, American voice and everything. Or at least there's the option. In France, like at least where I have lived in my life, and apparently from what I've heard of other people, it's pretty spread. It's immediate dub, like that's the classic stuff. There's a big dubbing culture in France, which is funny because that means that when anime came over and all of that stuff, it actually transitioned very well into our media culture because we were already doing that shit.
That's wild, because I figured that, like, dubbing would be, considering movies are
The
like a
norm everywhere.
visual medium, I figured that, like, dubbing would be the thing you do.
Yeah. I mean, obviously I can't talk for everyone's countries, right? It's just from what I've heard of other people from other countries, there's at least the option.
Yeah.
BHBMF says, work in signage, and there are certain buildings that we are not allowed to make modern signs for because they need to look historical, partly since movies filming in the area need a historical look. Interesting.
Interesting. I guess that makes sense. Not necessarily because we're prioritizing it for filming. That almost feels like a corporate dystopia situation. But I mean, like, as far as, like, preserving historical looking stuff, because, like, we've got like historical buildings that, like, you can only you're only allowed to do so much stuff to it, like but it has to mostly stay the way it was.
It's pretty big in my area because the town I live in is the birthplace of, well, at least claims to be the birthplace of Art Nouveau.
Yeah.
So as a result, like it's like, oh yeah, there's like a lot of buildings here that don't touch that shit.
That makes sense.
But like, yeah, it's very it leads to funny coincidences, the whole dubbing thing, because for example, I heard Bruce Willis's real voice when I was like past my 20s for the first time. For 20 years it was just whoever the dub guy was.
That makes sense though. Like that makes sense to me because you would have been watching those movies in French.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny too because what they do, right, is that since they want the actor to be recognizable, usually you would have a voice per actor. And it's always the same voice actor as a result. So you have people whose job, whose like entire life career is to dub Bruce Willis, for example, or Hugh Jackman, or whoever.
That's kind of funny, honestly. Like, I understand why that's the case, especially if you're dealing with like larger franchises where it's like you still want to keep the characters like consistent and recognizable, even if you're like translating it over. But that is very funny to like to actually think about the fact that that's the case.
In a weird way, we had a very good dubbing culture for a long time. It's kind of falling away now, unfortunately, because now they're kind of just doing the thing that happens everywhere where they invite celebrities to dub things instead. But like for a very long time in France, most of my life so far, we've had a very good dubbing community and culture. Like cartoons, video games, voice actors in France were very good. Very talented. Oh, to be French Bruce Willis? Yeah, right? It's fucking nuts in it when you think about it. Well, like, that guy's entire career is voicing Bruce Willis, at least in cinema.
That's his job.
That's his job. And there is one for each big celebrity from America.
Wild.
It's not just America, too. Like, we have a couple celebrities from, like, Japan, stuff like that, who are also always the same person. And honestly, I understand why, because the rare times where just because, you know, the person retired or whatever, the voice changes, it actually feels fucking weird.
I mean, I guess that's what they're going for. They still want it to be like, okay, this is still recognizably this person, even if it's not them talking. Like, we still want to keep the experience as consistent as possible. Although that makes more sense for, like, if you're dealing with a franchise where Bruce Willis is playing the same character. But
yeah.
For,
oh yeah, no, it's across movies, yeah.
But I don't feel like it's necessary for it to be.
It really isn't. It really isn't, but, like, I guess it kind of makes sense just from, like, a industry standpoint of, like, you find the guy that did a good job, so you keep hiring the same guy.
Especially if they're supposed to be representing someone who costs a lot of money, I guess.
Odin said,
yeah.
So, like, I understand where the logic is, but I do find it unnecessary.
Is he turning into a Taken?
My favorite French-made movie was District B13 Parkour. Yeah, it's a fun movie. It's a fun movie. I will say, there are a couple French movies who are legitimately incredible. And I'm so sad that I'll never be able to, like, share it with my English-speaking friends, because I cannot find any fucking subtitled anything online.
Wild.
Just not exported at all. That's why I pogged so hard. We're like, you know, fucking opinions aside on Wakfu. I liked Wakfu, but there's probably a lot of, like, rose-tinted glasses because they're from here.
Yeah.
But, like, it was a big thing for a lot of, like, fans in France that, like, Wakfu got a English voiceover
for a while here, because I kind of, like, keep track of because I think it's really neat when like, animated projects from countries that aren't America and Japan get to, like, do stuff. So I keep track of that. And for a while there was, like, a big French animation presence coming over to America. So that was neat. And then there was one, like, Middle Eastern animation project that hit America a couple of years ago, and I haven't seen any since then, and that's kind of sad.
There's been a couple more, but it's kind of fallen by the wayside, unfortunately. Yeah, there's, like, a few more, but, like, a few more studios that are popping up, but they're like, it's like you can feel the lack of budget, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but sometimes there's definitely some stuff of, like, the more I've been consuming, you know, media from around the world, the more sometimes there's also stuff where I'm like, you know, I won't judge to the quality of certain aspects of this, because I get the vague feeling that it's a cultural thing that I don't get.
Yeah.
Right? Where, like, oh, I think in this native country of this media, this shit's fucking hilarious, right? And I just don't get it because I don't live there.
Oh, yeah,
right? So, like, sometimes it's a bit hard to judge. Yeah.
Like, you even if you look at, like, early anime that, like, started to get popular in America, it's the same thing there. Like, now, they're first better at translation, because with a lot of stuff like anime, you have to, like, actually rewrite the entire thing if you're gonna change the language. Because some languages just don't translate well into other languages because of the way it works. So some anime are written now with the intention of being like, all right, this is gonna go to the West, so we have to make sure it actually fucking makes sense when they watch it. or you have a really good localization team that just like fucking rewrites the whole thing. But like other countries that don't have maybe quite as prevalent an animation scene, or who just like don't expect their shit to leave to like get popular anywhere else, they're not gonna bother doing that like at all. So when their stuff like breaches containment and gets into other countries, you're like, I feel like I'm missing something because it wasn't written for you.
Yeah, exactly. For real. BH Remove says Canada made a bunch, I assume animation, that you would swear are American, but we will always have Reboot. I loved Reboot.
Yes.
I did not know of Reboot's existence for like my younger years, but like at some point I think it's literally I heard I heard Wooly from
good.
Super Best Friends at the time mention it, and I was like, and like saying how good it was, and I was like, what is that? And then I just found it and binged the whole of it, and I loved it. It was wonderful.
Yeah, I remember when he was. I think didn't he like. He was like playing a dog shit game and just like was just talking
and
about
just like going
Reboot.
off about Reboot. Yeah.
I don't remember what game he was playing. Part of me was like, I think it was a Reboot related game, and the game was just really bad. So he was like, I'm just gonna forget about the show.
I think it might have been. Yeah, it might have been.
Circle. Calendar shows phases of
Major companies have decided to stop paying translators decent rates. Yeah, that is not surprising. That is not surprising.
Well, yep. The operation of many companies is literally just getting worse and worse.
God,
as
yes.
time goes on. Looking forward to something in August.
Like there's a couple things that are here where I'm like, God, I wish. Like there is it's a TV program, it's not even a movie. Well, actually they made movies off of it, but it's like a huge hit in France called Camelot, and it's essentially a parody of like Arthurian myth, essentially. But it's not just a parody, but it's like they actually try to like do stuff and go into like more dramatic things, and they actually do a very good job with like emotion and stuff, but it's also incredibly funny. But like I would need an actual professional to translate that shit, because me trying to translate the fucking French ass jokes and explain why they're funny in English is it's a lost cause.
Understandable, honestly.
It's that, and like there's also like there's actually, in terms of like just cartoons, and some very fun stuff about Asterix and Obelix, the like goals that I know sometimes people know about outside of friends, but like it's a 50-50. And also there's like very old movies, like very old movies that have been made by, essentially, as far as France is concerned, the best dialogue writer that we ever had, essentially. To explain a little bit why he was so good, the guy would make up his own slang to the point that very little words were common words to be used in the way that they're supposed to be, and yet you would understand everything the characters say. They would do that all the fucking time.
That's good.
It's
good.
Yeah.
These are good things.
If you guys ever look up Odia, very old. David Cage, no. God, no. Lucky Luke is French. Was it French or was it Belgium? I never know, because there's a whole era of comic books that like are the like French/Belgium school of things. Belgian cartoonist. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's like I'm not blaming you, not a fire demon. There was a whole like school of like comic book artists that was like France and like Belgium that were all like in that sort of like how to put this. Like I call it a school because that's kind of like how they called themselves almost, because it was the same like style, I suppose. It's like your Lucky Luke, Asterix Obelix, Tintin, um, fucking Spirou, Gaston Lagaffe. All names that no one here knows about. Kind of like a guild? Not really. They didn't have the structure that a guild would have or anything like that. It was very much just like a style of comic books that was very similar. And they all kind of did it like that. Tintin was fun, did not age well for some parts. God, no. God, no. If you want some impressive racism, read Tintin in Congo.
I know that the only thing I did not engage with Tintin when it was popular, and I've never engaged with it, but I do know that people like it a lot. Question mark.
Tintin is a thing that has existed for a very long time, and yeah, no, there's definitely some of the stories are like not 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 handling race well. Uh, Jesus Christ. Like the color style, but France? I suppose so. Yeah, that could work as a comparison. It was so funny, Nico, because that was one of the things that I was like, because I love comic books, but you know,
Yeah.
I read mostly comic books in Europe, European comic books,
Yeah. Oh
and like
yeah.
French and Belgium comic books. So like what I heard finally, you know, when I started to get to know you and stuff like that, and saw how much into comics you were, I had the moment of like, oh my god, I can talk about all these things, and then I thought about it for 2 seconds. I was like, no, I can't.
Very different comic culture.
Completely different comic culture.
I do remember you being like, "Hey, can you tell me about some Western comics?" And I was like, and my first thought was like, "Oh, some Westerns. I don't really read them."
Yeah, and then I was like, no, I just mean Occidental.
Just like literally like American comic books. And I was like, "Oh, that's way easier. That's much.
Because
that's way easier."
it's so fucking funny because it's like no, when you look at the world map, you know, there's the West, the Occident, and the and Orient, right? But
Yeah.
like in France, you guys are the West. Because you know we consider ourselves to be the center because
Yeah.
obviously because you know we live here. So sometimes there's some weird like language stuff where I'm like, can you give me like Western comics? And you're like, oh, that's like a specific style. I'm like, oh no, wait, no, that's
Well,
not
because
what I
like,
mean.
so the thing is it's two different things. America does consider itself part of the Western world, like in like
Yeah.
that. But there's also like we have the West, as in the part of our country that we refer to as the West, which is its
Yeah.
own genre of media, which is
Yeah.
Westerns. So when you were like, "Can you tell me about some Western horror comics?" I was like, "Oh no."
That's very
That's a
specific.
very specific and small genre of things. But I'll do my best.
You know, that's why it's after that conversation that I started to like use the word
Western yeehaw,
Occidental a
yeah.
lot more.
I was like, you want some spooky yeehaws?
There's the spooky yeehaws, and there's spaghetti westerns called as such because they were filmed in Italy. Funny thing, I have only ever consumed spaghetti westerns. I actually don't know what a full-on American western is, or what it's supposed to be like.
It's yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw. I'm going insane.
What's happening?
There's a puzzle happening that I just deadass wasn't paying attention to when it was like, here's the information you need for the puzzle, and I'm like,
oh fuck.
I'll figure it out. And I know it involves the day after the full moon, if nothing else. Oh, maybe I'm overthinking it, and that's the problem that I'm having. Is that I'm just like entirely over. That chair just threw up some sparks. I think I might just be overthinking it. I think I'm overcomplicating this.
Bryn, you ever see The Man Called Nobody? My favorite spaghetti. I loved The Man Called Nobody. That was one of my favorite movies growing up. I loved that shit. It probably didn't age as well. I haven't seen it in a long time, but
And the doors are open.
Nice.
I was way overthinking it.
But yeah, no, I loved that movie as when I was growing up.
So like Westerns, like American Western, is like one of my least favorite genres in existence. Oh god, that scared me. So I have not really engaged with that genre. So the only Westerns I've really ever seen are like other countries making their version of American Westerns, because those movies are always fucking wild.
Yeah, they're always wild, yeah. Nobody was faster. Yeah, no, exactly. Fucking love Nobody. For context, Niko, The Man Called Nobody is a parody western, question mark, but not really. It's very much a spaghetti western.
Shit. I like parody. I like parody westerns. I like when other countries do American westerns because it's always really funny.
Yeah.
And I like the Weird West. I like when they use like the American West as a horror setting, because it's a really, really good horror setting. Because
it's very easy to do.
For some reason, when it comes to like using the American West as a horror setting, that's when people are comfortable getting like super fucking weird with shit.
Yeah. I think it's because it's just that like everything was so isolated, right?
Yeah.
Everything was so far apart, right? That you could really have that like small town horror shit happening and like, you know, localized events that would not reach the rest of society.
Yeah. And then there's also like that part of America has like its own folklore that like has nothing to do with the rest.
Yeah,
like
yeah, true.
Which is also very good. So that's always fun. I'm particularly a fan of when like Japan is like, we're gonna do American Westerns, because they they always go fucking insane.
They go insane about it, yeah. There has been, isn't it fucking insane how much there's been in recent years of like, hey, here's this like very popular genre that comes specifically from a country made by another completely different country.
Made by a completely different country.
And then the people from the original country are like, what the fuck? They do it better than us.
Listen, it's just the ideas are different. It's really good. It's like the same reason that I like I know there's a lot of fatigue around like remakes and reboots and stuff.
Yeah.
And like I too am sick of the endless parade of remakes, but one of my favorite thing about remakes is seeing, specifically if we're talking like it's been a long time, because like nowadays we get like a movie is made and then like 3 years later they remake the movie, and it's like, why have you done this? The old movie is still like it's still like like a modern movie. But like when they take really old movies or movies from a completely different culture and remake it for their culture and now, I really like seeing when people take like the same idea and then they make it like for them. And like sometimes it's bad and that's fine, but it's still like interesting to be like, oh, okay, this is the same idea through like a completely different lens of person.
Yeah.
So those are always fun. So even though like American remakes of Japanese horror movies are always really terrible, they're interesting to see.
They're interesting to see. I get the feeling it's because it's not people who actually like are fans of the folklore
Yeah,
of
well,
Japan.
that's the thing with like the American remakes of Japanese horror movies is Japanese horror comes from a very very specific place that is very very
Mm-hmm.
uniquely Japanese, and the
Yeah.
people who remake those movies for America do not understand that. So like in
Yeah.
order, or they just don't care.
Yeah, I think they just don't care because again, like what we've seen just with what we were just talking about, right? With like other countries making specific genres that should be exclusively associated with a certain culture and do it super fucking well to the
Yeah.
point of being acclaimed by the culture. It really is just a matter of effort and just a matter of like, are you a fan of this? Then you get it.
Well, because like
And I
the
think the
really
big
good
thing with
ones, the really
Mhm.
good ones are the ones where like they like retell the story through the lens of their culture instead of trying to just like flatly remake the thing. Which is
Yeah.
why American remakes of other countries' horror movies are usually really bad because they just like
Mm.
remake the movie without like paying attention, without like trying to translate like the themes or like the thing that would affect an American audience that is happening, like the equivalent of that thing as best they can. They just want to do
Yeah.
like a flat remake of the movie, which in the end turns out being just like we're like, what? Like what is this? You like kind of half redid it because it takes place in America now, but now because the movie takes place in America, a lot of stuff just doesn't make sense
It's completely
culturally.
lost to
Like
translation, yeah.
when you really should have just like taken the bones of this concept and remade it completely and like
Mhm.
rewritten it from through an American lens instead of just
Yeah.
being like, all right, we put the words, but we moved everything. We said lol a few times, and also the
Yeah.
movie takes place in Manhattan. It's
It's
like, okay,
like
cool.
it feels like a lot of those like project. I guess not necessarily the remakes because that's another beast. But like for the projects that are where culture like is people from a culture are a fan of something that comes from a different culture, it's like I think the reason why it works is because they're such fans of that specific thing. Like, let's say samurai movie. I'll take an example that a lot of people know, like Ghost of Tsushima, right, which was acclaimed in Japan, right? And like it's basically why does it work? Because all of these people were fans of samurai movies specifically.
Yeah.
So as a result, they get what the samurai movie is about
Yeah, like
because
they
they're
understand
fans of the actual original media, and then they make their own thing. But because they make their own thing, as a result, there is something fresh about it. I feel like in a weird way, it's the same with something like Dark Souls, right? It's like this is fantasy, Western fantasy, but envisioned by a Japanese mind, which as a result has different things to say, right?
Yes.
And it's really fucking cool as a result.
Like that's really the I think like actually turning the lens is like the important part instead of just being
Yeah.
like, all right, now we've put it in America, and it's like, all right, but now a lot of shit just doesn't make any sense because the theming is not like Americans don't understand. Like this theming is not. This isn't like a relatable American situation. So now it's just like in New York and it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, God, yeah. I mean, honestly, sometimes even when they try to like locate it correctly, it doesn't really like. I remember the movie The Grudge.
Yeah. Yep.
It's like it takes place in Japan. It sure does. But like they miss a lot of what the like the whole ghost thing is about.
Yeah. It's also there's there's one that I just like had it in my brain and it vanished. Where like the American remake just like is like nothing. Okay, so I think this is also like it's a byproduct of like American Hollywood executives just like not fucking understanding anything. Because like there's a series of movies. They're Spanish movies that are just called Record, and America made their own.
Oh, I see.
And called it Quarantine, and the American movies are so fucking bad because they are movies for nobody that do not understand why the original like Spanish ones are really good.
Spanish cinema is fucking intense and really good.
And it's like I think the best way to explain it is the way, like, why some IP-based movies are just, like, absolute fucking dog shit. Or, like, there's been very recently, in, like, the past 3 or 4 years, a lot of, like, video game TV shows have come out, and everybody fucking hated them because they weren't made for anybody. Because it was just, like, some people were like, yeah, we're gonna take this thing, we're gonna take Halo. Nobody on the team working on this thing gives a single fuck about Halo. Yeah. They have not played Halo. They don't like Halo. They don't know what Halo is, but we're gonna give them Halo and be like, all right, make something new and exciting that isn't Halo. And then everyone will love it because people like Halo. But it's a movie for nobody now because Halo fans don't like it because it has nothing to do with the thing that they were excited about. Yep. And people who aren't interested in Halo aren't going to watch it. So now it's for no one. And it does really bad. No, and they just keep doing that over and over and over again. And I think that's also why American remakes of foreign films are sometimes really terrible. Because they just see a thing and are like, oh, that's really popular. That's pretty good. We should do that also. But they don't. They don't know what it is. Like, the team that worked on it has not seen that movie. They didn't talk to anyone who worked on that movie. They didn't research that movie. They didn't research the culture the movie came from. They were just like, all right, we have the script. Make it American.
What was that?
and nobody likes it. Nobody likes that movie now, and that's what they did with the record movies. The first one was like vaguely like a lazy retelling of the original Spanish movie, and then they made 2 more that had fuck all to do with the first movie or the Spanish franchise. And then we're like, we don't understand why this failed, because even in America, people really like the Spanish movies, so why don't they like the American version of the Spanish movies? So it's like, because you didn't make the right movie. I don't know what you wanted. You just made the wrong movie for anyone to care about this.
God, yeah.
And it's because executives don't know why people like things, because they're not they're not humans.
Yeah.
They're not.
It's like sometimes they're like, do they even consume media ever?
I don't think they do. Like, honestly, every once in a while I remember that Dragon Ball Evolution exists, and I'm like, nobody who worked on this movie has ever watched a movie, let alone the source material of this movie.
Gee whiz. I'm not his fucking
character. Weird.
But I can use that phrase to make Rose stop lying to me.
Oh, yeah, not only will they not play Halo, they will confidently brag that they don't want to care about Halo. They're just doing their own thing. Yeah, and then they're like, well, people just don't understand our vision. No, you made the wrong show.
Your vision's shit. I don't know what to tell you.
In the shoebox. What do you call a lamp?
If you really wanted to do your own thing, then you wouldn't have Master Chief in it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Or both.
Like, there is stuff sometimes, like in the case of that one Star Fox game, where the studio wanted to make their own game.
Something different, yeah.
But then, like, executives rose out of hell and were like, hey, can you Star Fox on that? We'd like you to put Star Fox on it, right? That could be a Star Fox.
Wait, hold on,
game?
You're making a game about furries? Put Star Fox on it.
What if you made it Star Fox, though? What if Fox was in it? What if it was Star Fox and they had to turn it into a Star Fox?
It is fucking crazy how I see more and more people coming out of the woodworks now saying that, like, that game was actually a very decent game. It's the only reason why people... The only people don't like it is because it's Star Fox.
So, the thing is, that game is literally the only experience I've ever had with Star Fox. So
that's funny.
I've played any Star Fox game outside of that one. I loved that game growing up, and I played the game they made after that. Because I thought that was Star Fox. That's what I thought Star Fox was, and then I got like actual Star Fox, and was like, this isn't what I want. wasn't
This is my
interested in
funny
this.
furry adventure game with dinosaurs.
This is my furry dinosaur adventure puzzle game. This is a shoot 'em up.
It is. I love it too. How like it's like, oh yeah, this is the game everyone hates, but like it gave the furry community and apparently Star Fox fan Crystal, which is fucking hilarious.
Crystal has withstood the test of time. Crystal.
She sure has.
Has like not existed for like decades, and she's just like still very much a core part of fan culture.
On par with fucking Lola Bunny at this point.
Yeah, oh yeah. She's still there. She has not been in a game since I was in like high school. And she's still causing furry awakenings to this day.
It's kind of crazy.
People
like I will literally see first sodas. I will literally see first sodas and stuff like that sometimes online, or even like furry movies that are trying to do appealing design. I'm like, that's just Crystal.
That's just Crystal. People who have never played that game are like discovering their
Crystal.
furries because they saw Crystal one time. Like. No, it's really funny. So, like, my experience with that Star Fox game is, like, wildly different from a lot of people's experience, because...
Yeah, apparently, yeah.
So, because people didn't like that game, because it wasn't a Star Fox game, because they were told they were getting a Star Fox game, and that's, like... That game isn't... Like, the shooting... The parts of that game that are the worst were the ones that were obviously put in there because,
Because Star Fox,
it had to be Star Fox. And that's the shooting segments. Any segment that is like designed to emulate the Star Fox experience, those segments suck dick.
Yeah.
They're terrible.
Because honestly, it's like from what I've seen when I watched playthroughs of it, like you can kind of tell that Crystal was supposed to be the protag.
Yes.
And then they just had to like shoehorn Star Fox in.
Can you make a Star Fox? Can it be Star Fox? What if you put Star Fox in it? So, like, there
I kind of love that
like
they made their own like Simlish for that game, just like a random fucking noises.
Oh no! So the thing is, that shit's a cipher. That's
it's
scrambled
actually
alphabet.
a language.
It's a real ass language.
God.
I translated that shit when I was little.
Oh wait, hold on. I didn't think we fucking like unlocked some Niko lore here. Well, hold on.
You can translate that game. Because it's all they did was scramble the alphabet. That's all they did.
Oh.
You don't understand.
That's
I love
crazy.
That game.
I did not expect that. That's awesome, though. That's awesome.
I'm a big fan of the Star Fox game that everyone thinks is bullshit. Well, now that it's been like years and years later and people aren't like bitter by the fact that they got lied to about a Star Fox game, people are like, hey, did that game actually slap? And I've been sitting here this whole time like, it has always slapped.
It's always
like
slapped.
It always has been astronaut meme.
It always has been, yeah.
Everyone, Star Fox fan base is like, wait, did Dinosaur Planet actually slap? And I'm behind them with a gun, like always did.
Yeah.
Like, I love
I feel like there's a lot of that, like, that has been happening in recent years. I've been, like... It's so fucking funny because, like, when I awakened to the internet, like, pretty late in my life, if that makes sense.
That's fair.
And, like, late, I guess, in my teens. Like, I was still a teenager, but, like, later than others. And as a result, it's like, I came in right at the time that for some reason, everyone was bitter about fucking everything, and everything sucked for some reason.
That's just, like, everywhere. That's just like all of it.
But like it was I feel like it was particularly brutal for like a certain era of the internet where like all of the anything that could give you any amount of nostalgia was actually bad, right? And then now that like it feels like we grew out of that phase, and now people are going back to those games and like, wait, hold on, actually.
Yeah, wait, hold on, was this actually good? I blame gamers.
That is, yeah, no gamers. BHB actually asked a good question. So, Niko, when can we expect you to stream Star Fox Adventures?
Listen,
Are you about to cause many awakenings in in chat by playing Star Fox Adventures?
How much of the stabbiness community who isn't already a furry can I turn into a furry by streaming Star Fox Adventure?
I was very happy to see the furries turn up for Perilville.
I mean, if
was
they
like,
were gonna turn up for anything, like it was gonna be Perilville.
Yes, yes. He who reaches for a spruce tree will stumble into a
Here's
juniper.
secret Perilville lore,
Who
not
was
really
one of
Perilville
them?
lore, but secret
He has
Niko lore
kicked
that Bryn
empty.
knows.
I wouldn't want
When
to
I
be
was
in
in
his
college,
shoes. But
one
I
of my
like
friends
his
was a
shoes.
sad, lonely furry who didn't have anyone to head to hang out to do like furry events with, and didn't want to go
Mhm.
alone. So I would go with her.
Yeah.
To their to the furry events.
It's very sweet, actually.
So
very sweet of
and
you.
he will show his ways.
They made we sat down and we're like, we're gonna make you a fursona so that you can pretend that you actually are a furry and have been a furry this entire time, so that we can do like badges and stuff, and you can be the like covert infiltrator. And I'm like, all right, cool, we'll do that. And Bethis was just like the modern Niko reimagining of that persona.
It's very funny.
I've never drawn that character ever. I've just never forgot that my persona was supposed to be a Barbados black-belly sheep. I've just known that. I've just had it in my brain for years, and Bryn was like, "Do you want to play a furry game?" And I was like, I have a use case.
Core memory unlocked.
Memory unlocked. I have a persona.
And apparently now he's broken containment, which is hilarious.
He's gone nuts. He's wildly expanding. So I guess prepare
I've
to be.
contaminated him with rats, which is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, he's got rats. I can confirm he's got rats. It's gonna be really funny. He's probably gonna menace everyone at some point in Synthesia. I don't know when. I don't know. But he's there. He's gonna do it. And it's going to be really funny. If not Synthesia, then in at least maybe one of like a Cypher game once I start running that.
Some Niko franchise, yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of, you haven't mentioned your haunting thing idea in the Exquisite Corpse chat.
No, because I'm trying to figure out how to do it. I'm thinking about it. I know.
You can go to the basement and check the generator.
I'm thinking. What I'm thinking.
You can never know in which
is,
tree the devil sits.
Like, I don't know what the easiest way to go about doing it. My brain is
Yeah.
like, we could use like magma or draw pool. Because then people can just like draw in it, and it would be easy to like sit down and like kind of make it a like session 0 in quotations kind of thing, where it's like, all right, guys, this is the prologue to the adventure. Is you guys just making a fucked up town? Well, not a fucked up town. It would actually just be like a normal town until I get my hands on it.
I feel like it's gonna probably, knowing everyone in the friend group, I think it's gonna be a fucked up town from the get-go.
It's gonna start weird. Like, I'm gonna be like, alright guys, just make a normal town, and they're gonna be like, alright, so what if there's a guy in a video store who's like secretly an anime nerd, and he's got a small weird robot in his basement that that can understand the speech of cats. I'm gonna be like, okay. Well,
starting strong, I see.
well, okay.
Yeah. It's gonna happen.
Yeah,
I will put rats in the sewers.
Yeah, and then I'll I was gonna say, yeah, and then I'll curse the rats, and it'll be, but then the twist will be that like the scary rat sewer is like the one place that didn't get cursed.
That didn't get cursed because I already made it that way, and you were like, well, I guess I'm not changing anything.
I guess this is just like not even part of the curse. This is just part of the town. These rats are just residents. They just live here, dude.
Bryn will put rats everywhere. It's an unfortunate thing, really. It's just like right now, for some reason, rats like essentially Christian made me play Total War. and like I discovered the Skaven, and it's like I basically found my persona. It's a Skaven, like it just is, and it's like literally just wow, holy shit, I love them. Dopamine every time I see them do anything, and it's just
We love
now I
the
put them
rats.
everywhere, and I'm very sorry that I'm infecting everything with rats.
Put rats there.
The page says the record.
Well, I am trying to branch out though. Niko has given me the terminology with vermin coded to try to like branch out on what I do. But it's very much still like, unfortunately also, how to put this, a lot of my friends, like a lot of people in this friend groups are like shameless enablers.
Oh yeah. 100%.
And will not tell you no about things, so yeah.
Yeah, no. Bruno was like, I just want to play rats all day, all the time, and I'm like, you should just make everything a rat. Even if it's not a rat, make it a rat. Vermin coded, all rats.
Vermin coded, all rats all the time.
All rats. If you just need to broaden what you think a rat is.
Yeah, exactly.
Your grandfather made
it's like I'm still on the like creatures aspect of things. But I get the feeling the longer I go about this, the closer I will be able to like just make like a man that is a garbage dumpster fire.
We love them.
Even if it broke your
and then that's when I will finally contribute to Indigo.
Listen to this song, Saga. It's all there.
Just put a rat in Indigo.
Only had one record made.
Behavior of some become furries from Star Fox. Brain is affected by the Skaven. Yeah, they're really.
Listen, sometimes it's
we all have
Skaven.
He's saying my mom took
we all have a unique path to awakening.
Sometimes it's Crystal Star Fox Adventure.
Stay on task.
Sometimes it's the record the Skaven.
Sometimes it's horrible little rat men that are evil but like very bad at it.
We love them. They're doing their best, dude. They're doing their best and they're thriving. They're just.
I don't know if they are.
They
are. It's the thing. They are thriving. I don't think they're doing their best. That's the main thing.
Sometimes you're just not doing your best. It's like whenever we're talking about Indigo and people are like, Sandra's doing his best, I'm like, I don't know.
I don't think so. I personally strongly disagree that Sandra is doing his best.
You are correct. Generally, with Niko characters, it's really bold to assume that they are doing their best. Like, I would accept, like, Bephis is probably doing his best. He's probably trying.
He was. I don't know what his new form is, but he definitely was doing his best under when he was still a prisoner.
He's still doing his best. He's thriving, dude. When you see him, you're gonna be so proud of him.
I'm gonna be very proud of him. I'm very excited to see him whenever I do.
Depending on how much of a problem he is for you. You'll see him. He's around. We recently, J-Man showed up and was like, hey, because I told him what Bephis' new deal is, like what his deal for synth is going to be, and he was like, oh, we can attach him to this really important location, and I was like, that's an insane thing to do, because attaching Bephis specifically to that location gives him so much power that he just, like, should not have, and I'm like, that's a wild thing to do.
I think he deserves it considering where he comes from.
Yeah, that's true. Honestly.
And what he had to live through.
He's got roots in suffering. This is his I'm lost in this place. Bephis survived the great rat chatting so that he can oh my god, so that he can thrive. He's thriving. He's having a great time. You're gonna love it.
I'm glad.
You're gonna love it. It's gonna be so funny. Between either in synth or in the Cypher games, one of the two, or both, honestly, because I love to recycle characters.
I still need to read Cypher. I'm excited to read it and pilfer it.
Eat it.
I know. I want to.
It's made to be blendered.
Yeah.
It's so good. Because I really like to recycle characters. Hello, there's a corpse down here.
Oh
shit!
Oh, hi, Grandma.
I need to get the power back on.
Because I
key fob's no good without power.
Personally think that if you take a character that was made for one setting, or like made with one setting in mind, and then you place them in a different setting, then the circumstances of their existence has changed, which will fundamentally alter the character, which makes recycling characters really fun because you never actually know which version of any Niko freak you're getting. If I've moved them from one setting to another, things have changed. Something has changed. Saunder's doing something. Yeah, Saunder's around. He's definitely. I don't know what he's doing, and neither does anyone else.
You're right, Avalon. Just like Alex Casey.
Just like Alex Casey. Remember, buy more fuses, many more. Crappy old equipment keeps blowing them.
Bless you.
Thank you. That's Vladimir.
No, I definitely like feel you on that because I've been sort of like. I haven't been like recycling exactly the same character, but I say that, but like I've called them archetypes for myself, but like I understand what you're saying because like you told me like the Ouroboros of the same man that you have.
The Ouroboros of the same man. And if you put all three of that guy in a room, you probably wouldn't know that they're an Ouroboros of the same man until I told you that they are.
So it has encouraged me to further deepen my own Ouroboroses.
Make some Ouroboroses. I also come from a as far as like a lot of my story, a lot of my like narrative inspiration. I wouldn't call it narrative inspiration because I actually don't think I draw that much of my like media inspiration for. I love comics, but I don't think I actually draw a lot from the comics that I read. But the one thing that reading a lot of comics, specifically Marvel, did do is it gave me literally no fear of it's just using the same guy over and over again.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because I came up on a foundation of the multiverse exists so that we can do literally whatever we want with any character and not have to worry about canon.
Yeah.
So that's just kind of what I do sometimes. Poppy's in Synthesia, and she's super different from
I'm excited.
From Diligence. Like at the core of her, you look at her and you're like, oh, that's Poppy. But her entire deal is super different. And then she's also running around mostly because of some small found object chaos games that I've run for J&D. She is also now officially part of the Cypher setting, where she is also pretty different. She's a little closer to Diligence Poppy, but she's still her deal has changed again.
God, yeah.
Still Poppy, but when you encounter her, she things will have changed. There will have been
it's very
shifts
very funny
in
because
the
first character that I did this to or with, I suppose, is the character that you've never met, but that everyone kept calling Evil Poppy. Which
Poppy
is
has not
Tulip.
met this woman.
Yeah, never met this woman. Probably for the best. The
really
world would have imploded.
I think that's really funny because everyone was like, "This is the evil version of Poppy," and then Poppy's like, "I don't know who that is. I've never seen them in my life."
I don't think they're real.
This isn't real. You guys are hallucinating. It's kind of like the Burke, where she's like, "No, Burke's not real. The Burke doesn't exist." They've not even met the Burke, and
Thomas
it's like, fake man.
Looked just like Wake. Is this why Odin keeps calling him Tom?
Yeah, no, it's good shit.
It's really good. I'm a fan. Just reuse your guys. Just do whatever you want with them.
I feel like
the power's off.
Especially, and I guess this is advice question mark? I don't know. Just I won't judge you for doing that, especially if you're a GM.
Cynthia Weaver
because
had always kept her lantern
as a GM,
close.
you'll have to make
Someone
launch casts over and over and over again. Just recycle people. It's fine.
Yeah, just recycle your characters. Just use the same
Recycle
guy.
characters that you have fun with.
If there's like a guy that's like, man, this is my favorite guy and I really wish I could use him more, just fucking do it. Just use him more. Or if it's like, oh, I have this one thing that I want to do and I have another character that works really well there, but I already used him for something else, who fucking gives a shit? Keep using him.
Yeah, just do it.
If anything, depending on the people that you're playing with, if you're playing with the same group of people and like a character that they liked from another thing shows up as like a new version that they get to hang out with again, they're gonna be like, oh, that's the guy, that's my dude, that's the dude I like.
It's actually gonna be fun, yeah. It's not gonna be regarded bad.
You can do all kinds of weird shit. Like you can, if there was a character that was like a real big shitstorm in one project, then like later some version of him can come back in something else, and they're like, and then everyone will be like, oh no, it's this fucker, he's back, but then he's like actually your buddy. But then you just like play him as like a maybe not even a friendly, but like a helpful NPC instead of like the bad guy, and that's just like fun and silly. So now they get to like hang out with him, I guess. Just like put them in different scenarios. Especially if it's like a different setting altogether, because I have a lot of fun taking characters and being like, all right, so I remove you from this setting and I put you in this setting, so now since the rules of the setting are different and the things that would have happened to you are different, how does this now change who you are? Because like fundamental things have shifted. They're not going to be the same character, they're not going to have the same like thoughts, they're not going to feel the same about stuff, especially depending on like how much it has changed. Like, it's entirely possible that something in their tragic backstory just becomes impossible in another setting, so now they don't have their tragic backstory. Who are they now? Maybe they're still the same
a well-adjusted
guy.
person.
Like,
maybe they're just a freak because they decided to be.
Maybe they're just a weirdo. Maybe even though the system, the area has changed, or the place that they live in is different, maybe they're still just the same fucko. But like, you have to think about it. Why have they not changed? What happened? Is it because the thing that made them this way has nothing to do with the setting, and is just like just them? That's also funny. Oh, it's a 3, not an 8. I just like it. I just like doing that.
Yeah.
So, like, across the projects that I work on, you're gonna see a lot of the same characters just, like, popping up, but they're gonna be at least a little different every time you see them. Which, for anyone who follows me, I think on Blue Sky, you're probably getting that experience, because I just babble vaguely about a character, and I don't tell you which version of that character I'm talking about.
And like, it's the fun thing too.
So it's like not actually a spoiler,
of like that I saw you do.
Talking about.
Yeah, it's a fun thing too that I saw you do a couple times too. Of like, sometimes the character is different enough that you're like, I'm gonna give you a different name and a different design, and bam, you're a different character now.
New guy. Now you're just a new guy completely, because like you've changed so much that you're just like not even the guy anymore. Sometimes that happens. I've done that a couple of times, where I was like, alright, I'm gonna take this character and put him in this setting, and then I put him in this setting, and I'm like, you're just not that guy anymore. You're just a new man. That's how I got the Ouroboros of the same character. Infinitely fracturing.
It is very funny that they all eventually converged in the same setting.
They weren't supposed to. They were never supposed to do that.
That is why I keep saying that, fortunately or unfortunately, we are surrounded by enablers.
We are surrounded by enablers, it's true. Yeah,
sometimes I don't know if it's a good idea that we are, but like, you know.
It has never steered us wrong. Being wild enablers has never caused problems at any point.
Ever.
No, it's really funny. It's really good. Poppy herself, the one that's in Diligence, who I now treat as like mostly as Poppy Prime. She's a recycle again, because she was originally from like a JoJo one-shot. And I
remember, I saw that.
The main thing that happened to her was I was like, alright, who is Poppy if she doesn't have a JoJo stand?
Yeah.
what is different about her if she doesn't have a JoJo stand, and also she is in a fucking solar punk like a
Solar punk
solar punk
Victorian
apocalypse.
era,
Yeah.
yeah.
Solar punk dystopia. Like I get it's not even a dystopia. It's like semi-apocalypse.
I mean, it is when we played, but like by no fault of the people.
It's just like a solar punk fucking a solar punk semi-apocalypse.
Is this something they watch on movie night?
She's still Poppy,
That looks
but
just like Casey.
a process has taken place.
It is very funny. That Poppy almost forgot about one shot. Yeah, no.
Yeah. Yeah, I just thought it would be funny because I just thought it would be funny to take her because I was like, because for some reason I have like this like a thing happens to me where like in every other game I play I'm like I'm gonna play a weird little freak ass, and then when I actually get to play a horror game I'm like I'm gonna just a guy. I don't know why I do that, but like I actually play.
I mean,
a
I get
horror
it though
game, and
because
I'm just gonna be a silly little man.
I get it though because like if you want to like have the horror experience, right? Like, like I genuinely think that if we want the genre to be horror, for example, Sonder would not work, right?
No,
it wouldn't be fun to play Sonder in an actual horror game. You want to be the underdog. You want to be fragile, right? So. But like in more magical fantasy settings, then it's a way to bring the horror elements to the settings. So
In every game I play that isn't a horror setting, I play a guy who is like he could fight a ghost if he needs to. But then when I play a dead ass horror game, I'm like, this is just this is Poppy, my random woman who has never engaged with anything supernatural in her life and is in fact a makeup artist and has nothing to do with anything that's happening around her.
It's great and it's wonderful.
And she's thriving, honestly.
She is thriving.
Should she be? That's a different question.
It's very funny because like I remember I remember you at some point of like describing Poppy running away, and I remember you being like, I don't know how to explain this in any other word than last girl energy. It was very funny.
I mean, that's all I had. That's all I had. She's the final girl energy question.
Final girl energy. That's why Casey wouldn't work as the main character of this game. He's too good. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah. It's
because Casey
like...
can throw down with a demon. Like you see him, and you're like even in the game canonically is aware that Casey can throw down with a demon, right? Because that's like the thing that he does. Why is this not the thing I need?
It's like his fiction is making him this way. Yeah. Essentially.
Like the game recognizes that Casey can throw down with the demon because he does. The first one of the first things that happens in the game as far as Casey is concerned is you see him kill 2 monsters just on his own, just by himself. Yeah. And then he runs off and then like when he's protecting Alan, he runs off, and you just know he's like leaving a trail of bodies behind him.
Yeah. He literally follows that trail for a while.
Like you can just tell that Casey can handle it. And he's like one of the
it works
only
great
people here
in
who
the
can
setting.
actually handle it.
Yeah, it works great in the setting because that's what his fiction is. He's an action hero. He's supposed to be able to survive that shit. It's like, you know, it builds up the lore and the universe, but it wouldn't work as the main character because then it would just be a power fantasy game, and then all of the vibes are off.
The thing is, if Casey were the main character of this game, you would be playing Max Payne. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like, it would be a very different game if Casey were the main character. So instead, they removed Casey from being the main character, and even in, like, the way... And I'm taking the long way around, because I'm supposed to be going back into the nursing home, but I could have just gone upstairs, and I didn't.
Laura. Laura says, yeah.
Listen. She's... she's the dog. The dog.
The dog and Poppy vibe.
Yeah, the dog and Poppy are doing great.
It was probably the funniest fucking thing that happened is us realizing that the dog and Poppy are the same person.
Yeah, absolutely.
You all should stay out here a while. Until it's safe.
I'm happy to get out of that house.
Would you like to come in, Laura? We can move to the chat that you actually have access to. Or are you? Oh, you might be at work.
Might
actually,
still be at work. Yeah. Yeah, might still be at work. Are you watching stream illegally, Laura?
We won't narc.
Because it's haunted.
We won't narc.
You get what you pay for.
Is there anyone who didn't show up?
A few. Artie, Gil, Cynthia.
If they aren't here by now, then they aren't coming. It's important to be punctual. On that topic, I'd like to point out that our nightly decaf coffee service is almost half an hour behind schedule.
Very much technically clocked out.
Have any of you noticed anything?
Waiting for the bus. Gotcha, gotcha.
Just that Tor won't leave the poor woman alone. That brute wants one thing.
I hold Poppy in my hands and I shake her.
Cynthia's gotten downright bossy. Take a swim in the
She was wonderful.
Drink some
It was.
water,
I had 2 moments of like
Well, no
pure
one
fucking
tells
hilarity
Norman
with Poppy.
McDonald what to do.
The first one was when the fucking Eldritch entity was like, "Hey, you should let me put a thing in you. It's gonna be funny." And then you're like, "Why did he have to phrase it that way? It just works."
Just it was like literally like exactly the correct thing to say to make Poppy go, you know what, maybe you're right.
Maybe it will be funny.
Like, she's not even gonna try to argue with you. She's not gonna negotiate. She's not gonna, she's just like, yeah, no, you're right, actually.
And then later on, Poppy being on house arrest after a week, and like us without even like rehearsing or anything, entering this turn and be like, Poppy, it's been a million years.
A million years.
Never compromise on quality. That's my motto.
The same, just like miserable, both of them.
Me and my listeners.
It's very funny. It's very funny how well that worked out with the most perfect entity to be like, I'm attaching to Poppy.
No.
She's doing her best.
Oh,
She's having a great time.
I made you, Andy.
I made you, Andy. There's also the Doom Clock. The Poppy Doom Clock.
The Doom Clock was very funny. Every time any other group would every time any other group would fucking show up, like, where's there a clock above Poppy? That's Poppy's clock.
That's Poppy's clock. That's the Poppy clock. What do you mean by this? I don't know. It's the Poppy clock.
Go see Poppy. Figure it out.
Maybe we should engage with Poppy.
God,
She's got
she
a
was
clock
so
now.
miserable.
Ask
I
her
remember
about
you sending me the fucking icon for like when she was under house arrest. God, she's miserable,
She's so
wilted.
sad. She's just like she's a lettuce that's just been sitting outside. She's just a sad lettuce.
Fucking robot just go like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I did this to you.
The saddest lettuce. It's fine.
That's fine. She was broken out illegally by old men that just showed up at her doorstep.
Yeah, who just like do not respect house arrest.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right. I think I can open all of these doors. I don't have to go straight to Cynthia. I can just start invading privacy. I love to invade the privacy.
Goodness. No, very excited to see her in other stuff. Yeah. Honestly, it's very liberating to like think that way because I feel like too many times, too many people are like, God, I remember said character. God, I'm missing them. And it's just like, just fucking use them somewhere else. You don't need like, to be this way.
Yeah, that's like 100% why I do it. Because it's like, I like this character and I want to use them more. And it's like, I can. I just
I
can't.
will say,
exception
exception to the rule of that sentiment. Sometimes a character will get like a very specific end, right?
Yeah.
Like will either die a specific way or like will reach an ending in their story, and you're like, I'm done. I don't need this person anymore.
If the
And then it's
character
more
is
like a
done,
fond memory.
Yeah, if the character
Yeah.
is done, then there's no need. Then like they're done. That's also
Yeah, exactly.
You do whatever you want. If the character is finished, then they're just done. Like, I mean, I've got characters that I just, like, they're not really for anything else. Like, the characters for my comic, I don't really do anything. They're just for that. I don't even know what else I would do with them, so that's what they're for. You're probably not really going to see them in anything else. Once I start working on my comic again, they'll get to do things.
Avalon said something interesting of like, don't need to reboot a complete character. Yeah, I guess that's the way it is, isn't it? Of just like, if it's just a perfect fit for exactly where they are, and you're just like, I have their whole story written already, revealed or not to whatever audience that would be it a like larger audience or just your friends. But like, I have written everything and I'm satisfied with this. Then absolutely. Niko has a comic? Oh boy, didn't you know? Did you know that the Niko Draws as a comic? Yes, Niko Draws as a comic.
Yeah, I haven't worked on it in a very long time. It's been a couple of years since I worked on it. I started working on it in college, like right after college, and then I just didn't have time anymore, and I had to like recenter my priorities and like figure out some other stuff. So I haven't worked on it in a really long time. But this year, like this entire year, I've pretty much just been like clearing stuff out and setting up my life to be able to work on it again next year. Like, I made it my goal at the beginning of this year to be able to start working on my comic again, no matter how like slowly, within the next 2 years. So sometime next year, which I do feel like I'm in a pretty good place to actually do that. Sometime next year, I'm just gonna start like just chipping away at the comic again. I'm not gonna try to like update it in any. I'm not gonna be like, I'm going to update this once every week or once every other week. I'm not gonna do that because it's a lot. It's a lot, and I think if I try to do that on top of everything else I want to do, I'll die. So I'm just like, I will just work on the comic, and pages will come out as they come out.
No, I super agree with you. Like, that's basically the feeling that was behind the setting that me and Aurora sent you, right? That we made together. Of like, literally just like, this is for us, and this is a matter of passion and nothing else.
Did she know about the dark presence?
Because we wanted to like
I feel like
create far from the pressure of like expectation.
I'm guessing the woman in this photograph was
And
not
just do
Cynthia's
something
favorite.
for the sake of it. And honestly, I feel like creatives need that, or at least a lot of us do, of just like, there is your main project and it is okay to like, make that your job and whatever. But I get the feeling that there is a need for some stuff that is just at whatever rhythm it will be,
just for
for
fun.
like brain enrichment, so that we could still have that like satisfaction of being able to just create something without being like, oh god, I have to get something out next week.
Yeah, no, well, that's like the entire reason because like I made my Blue Sky account like quite some time ago. And that's part of the reason that I decided at some point, I was like, the Blue Sky account is literally just going to be my yapping account. I'm just going to yell about my projects and my characters into the void forever with no care about like spoilers. Like, I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck. I'm YOLO in it now. And I did that because like so much of my stuff, so many of my characters and so many of like my stories were wrapped up in like, oh, I can't talk about this, 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 and it was like murdering me. So eventually I just decided I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I don't care anymore.
I get it.
That was a pretty good decision. My quality of life has dramatically improved since I decided that I just simply don't care. I was like, you know what? If people don't want to know about any of my characters for any projects, before they appear, that's just don't follow my Blue Sky account. Just don't look at it. I guess. And like for a while,
when I have a deadline, it's the only way I make progress on my new project. Yeah. Well, that's the point, though, is that there's no need for progress. It's just free, like actually free.
Just doing it because you can.
And if it completely falls out of like focus and never becomes anything,
yeah, it doesn't matter.
Fuck it.
It just like literally doesn't matter. Like nobody is harmed by this. You have not lost anything because you didn't like follow through on this thing that nobody that like wasn't a promise to anyone to begin with.
Because like it's a dumb thing, but like and this is just like a reality of like things in general. Like for example, when I was being like, hey, should I announce? Do I want to like announce like Decoratas stuff like that? And like one of the things like, and I had another project in mind. Like, oh, should I announce this? Should I announce this? I was excited, and I asked Aloha because channel manager, and he basically told me something that is, I took to heart, and as a result, I didn't announce until I was really fucking sure, and of like literally, if you announce it, you better run it. And like honestly, I took that to heart. Didn't announce the thing after Parallel 2, and then found myself in a situation where actually what I was gonna be able to run was Necroveritas. Turns out, and so it's like, okay, there needs to be like it really hammered it in my brain thanks to him. That's like, yeah, there is a separation here between like stuff that you want to be like, I guess a professional thing.
Remorse.
It's weird to like imagine this as my job, but I guess it is.
She will tell me where to find it.
And like stuff that you do for the sake of creating.
You just make a thing for fun.
Yes.
And if the thing you make for fun also is is successful, then that's neat. That's good.
That's neat. That's cool. Its success does not determine your obligations, though, because you were very clear from the start.
Yeah, so, like, it's just like isn't gonna.
At that point, no one can complain.
Like, you knew what this was. You knew that there was a very real chance that this just wasn't gonna go anywhere.
Yep.
We understood that when we started this.
I'm very sorry that you made this specific character your waifu, but like, she's dead and she's gone. I'm not focusing on her anymore. Bryn getting paid the $1 dues for the good spooky game. God. I am very thankful for the people that did show up to the Patreon. It is helpful. No matter how small a help, it is very helpful.
It is good. It's here. Oh, I have to do the thing. I keep forgetting that cleaning my room is something I have to do. I have to talk to Cynthia, I think, so that she'll appear in the tub.
I need to invite the ghosts to get haunted.
Yeah.
Who took it?
Our shame becomes the pale horse. Oh, Tor, bro. Tor's love for you is in that song. That's why Cynthia wants it, to ruin him. She made Tor lust
Bryn has his own Patreon. Me and Bryn and Romo have our own separate Patreons from the Stabby one.
Now he's
to just not like confuse things and make sure that the right I guess like the right focus goes to the right place. If that makes sense. Like I basically decided that my Patreon would be my main thing because I didn't want to. Like I consider myself having an incredible opportunity for Jay to have given me access to this channel and be able to do a thing on this channel instead of having to do everything on my own. And I appreciate that so much that I'm like, I consider myself a guest on the channel. I'm not gonna like pilfer from his Patreon or the Patreon of the channel or like anything like that and just like do my own thing and basically use the one thing that I agreed to with Jay was literally to be like, yeah, I'll just shill my Patreon that people can like go to for different things, and then it was that. And honestly, I feel good about it. Like this feels great. Thanks,
Yeah.
Laura.
No, that's fair. And my Patreon predates being attached to Savinus anyway. And I've also I've got my own projects and my own characters and stuff that
Yeah,
sometimes
exactly.
that will appear in Savinus projects, but they're also for me.
Yeah.
Tom was back.
So
Tom had enemies.
I was like, you know what? If anyone wants to come to me specifically and see what I'm doing outside of this, then that's what my Patreon is for.
That's good stuff. Follow the Niko Patreon. I follow it.
Because maybe Tom was taken. I originally started my Patreon for Okay, is in my Patreon. I see you. I know you're there.
Anger's remorse.
I originally started mine as for my comic because that was the main thing I was doing when I made my Patreon. But now it's just this is all right. This is just for anyone who is interested in seeing what I've been up to, which sometimes it's nothing, and other times it's all right, I have stuff for you guys. But there will be more stuff in my Patreon coming up eventually, because I've got some Synthesia stuff that I have to work on, that I have to get done, or that I'm going to get done eventually, and then once I start running my own things, Patreon production will probably go up quite a bit, and then my comic, which I'm probably just gonna keep doing what I was doing, where I was posting the comic pages without the text on it as Patreon exclusive content, so you could just see the page as art. And also whips when I remember to post the work in progress, but I often forget to do those. But I'm supposed to be doing it. Honestly, at this point, my Patreon, I have stuff that I put on it. I've got some icons, I've got some downloadable content, I've got a few silly little maps, battle maps that I've drawn, and I'm also putting up the backgrounds, because for the games that I plan to run, I'm not doing a lot of map work. I'm going to mostly just be doing splash backgrounds, and then areas that are important will get maps. But I'm going to.
Some might say it's even harder, but if it works for you.
What? It's because of. I can justify that, because the thing that I realized was the number one thing that was stopping me from running games was making maps. It was the thing, because I would sit down and be all right, so these are the things that I want for the little adventure that I have in my head, and then I would see the amount of maps that I have to make, and my brain would go, this is impossible, and then I would not do it. I just wouldn't. It would just the amount of maps and the amount of work that a map is, and the thing is, making maps isn't even that especially small ones, it's not really that bad. But just seeing the concept of making those maps would make me run away from it. So I spent 2 years.
Yeah, it just doesn't agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah, I spent 2 years just not doing it. Just and at some point I was what if I just decide not to make them? What if I just don't make any maps?
Yeah.
What if I just decide that I'm not making maps? And then you know what immediately happened? I fucking ran games.
Yeah.
Immediately. I was alright, I'm not gonna make any maps, I'm just gonna make the character icons, and I'm gonna do a few lazy backgrounds. And then I ran a game. I immediately, I ran 2 games, and I was alright, so it really was just the maps. The maps were meant for me.
You gotta find your own voice and what works for you, makes a lot of sense.
So what I'm going to do instead for my games, because I still want I still really like waggling icons and stuff.
Enrichment.
Is I'm going to do more visual novel, I think. Where the icons for the characters, for the player characters and important NPCs, are going to essentially be talk sprites for visual novels.
Yeah.
I'm just going to make them bigger. And then give them like maybe 3 different expressions, and then I'm going to do character, and then I'm going to do like just draw a background. Because, like, that is probably either more or the same amount of work as just making maps, but it's an amount of work that, like, my brain doesn't go, this is impossible and I can and will never do this. Like, it doesn't make me run away from it immediately.
Yeah, it
like,
agrees with you. Yeah, exactly.
It feels doable.
I get you. It's the same for me. I was like, I wanted to do maps myself because I didn't want to, like, go and buy a shit ton of assets and shit like that, right? But also, like, my brain was in a weird, like, in between of, like, but I want, like, you know, I want more verticality. I don't want the top-down view, etc., etc. And, like, at first I tried to, like, copy things with, like, actual perspective. It was like, it's getting there, but the problem is that it is making my brain flee. And it's not until I discovered that I should just make assets in fucking isometric perspective, which is something that everyone told me, well, not everyone, but like everyone that I asked told me would be a bad idea. And like it's funny too, because the people that I have asked were not the Stabiness crew. Like it was no one in the Stabiness crew, because, you know, again, we're surrounded by enablers.
The people who aren't enablers.
Yeah, exactly. But like other people that I was asking for at the time, well, basically, like, and I wasn't necessarily asking in the sense of like, oh, should I do this? I was asking in the sense of like, what would be better, do you think? Like, or like what's the opinion on isometric maps? And it was basically like, if it's not a 3D environment that I can rotate, then I don't want it. That's basically what I got every time.
What an insane
And then I did it anyway, and it didn't matter.
TTRPG. What do you mean?
It's I don't know. Maybe there was like, maybe I asked wrong, if that makes sense, and like they didn't fully understood that I was talking like Roll20, but like who knows?
Even like from video game standards, like there are like, even
there
like
are
like
plenty
an
of
isometric
games,
puzzle game, or like in many isometric video games, it's a static camera. So you still don't usually rotate it unless there's like a gimmick involved in rotation. So I don't know what those people were talking about. Unless they just had,
like, you know,
like blender brain and were like, unless I can spin the apple, I don't really think I...
Maybe. Who knows? And like, you know, preferences are preferences. Preferences are preferences, is completely fine. But like, it really goes to show that like, and it's funny because what I'm gonna just paraphrase Aloha, who like repeated something this to me essentially way later, is, hey, you have an idea, you have a project, just be a little freak about it. Just do that. And it will work. Don't listen to other people, actually.
Yeah, actually just like do your thing. That's kind of the same thing I got when I was like, because at first I was like, I don't know if I want to do, if I like actually can do this, right? Because I don't want to do maps, and everything in like the Savviness games are really like visually centered. So I don't know if I want to be like the one who just like doesn't do maps. Then everybody was like, most people watch us as like a podcast anyway, so I don't really think it matters. And I was like, you know what, you're right.
Residents were restless.
Residents were restless. I'm trying to get him to throw this shit. Because I don't have time to heal myself right now. If it hits me, I will die.
One of the reasons I love the Stavarot Circle is that you guys just do the things you love. We're very like, I guess, self-motivated artistically, in the sense of like, we won't necessarily do a thing because it's gonna be popular or whatever. It's very much like the discussions behind the scenes are very much, I just wanna like do this.
Yeah, it's just like, I just have an idea and I just wanna do it. Yeah, see, that's the thing.
Yeah.
With like with tactical games, I don't. Like the games that I run are not going to be combat heavy because I much prefer like narrative and character driven stuff. Like even a lot of the systems that I run that I'm like at least testing out and like using to get used to GMing are not games that really give a shit about whether or not you do combat. Like Triangle Agency and Masks aren't like combat-focused games. They're like Triangle Agency. If you want to make maps for Triangle Agency,
Jesus Christ, yeah.
Like, I don't know, fuck your. There's a playbook in Triangle Agency that gives you the power to just create rooms and hallways. Fuck you. I'm not making a map for that game. Are you kidding? No.
God, no.
We're gonna make a map for Triangle Agency? Yeah, Sentiment could also just be a purely combatless adventure. Yeah, because everything is kind of like its own... Like, encounter does not mean combat, which is, seems to just kind of be where I'm sitting. Like, even the like, Cypher games that I've run, because I've run a few, like, very tiny, like, semi-randomized Cypher games to like, get used to, like, figure out the vibe of the system.
Mm-hmm.
And even those, I think between the, like, 3 that I've run, there was, like, one that I would call an actual combat. There was, like, one encounter that I would actually, like, refer to as a combat. And they still went great. So that's another reason that I'm like, I don't think I need maps, honestly. Like, if I think about it, I don't think I need to do maps, because I'm not really doing combat, so I really only make maps if I have an encounter in mind where, like, spatial awareness
Yeah,
like,
that's the big thing, essentially, yeah.
So, like, people in my Patreon will have seen... I do post some of the games that I'm like, my, like, little bumbling practice games. I do post those on my Patreon, so that's also content for you guys. Because I don't want to put them, like, because I wanted to put them somewhere, but I don't want to, like, practice on stabbing this channel. But I also was like, I don't feel like there's anywhere that this really needs to be posted. So I was like,
feel
I'll just
that
put
though,
it on
because
Patreon.
that's basically what Diligence was also, of like, I'm getting back to like GMing after a while, of like GMing seriously, right, after a while. Because I had another game before that I did with Ghosts specifically, who was very much a fuck around game, right? I was just fucking trying shit, and doing whatever, having a laugh. And like Diligence was like the first like serious game that I got back into GMing, and it was like I could fucking feel the amount of progress that I made in those 2 years of just like growing into the GM I am now, and I'm definitely like, I am very glad that shit is not online, because that was
like
a struggle.
The masks, the games, the 2 like little games that I'm running right now to practice are like, the reason I'm putting them on Patreon is because I'm like, well, I want to share this, but I don't really want to like post it for real anywhere.
Yeah.
But I do want people to like be able to see it, because I like sharing the stuff that I'm doing. So I was like, I'll just put it on Patreon.
It's a good in-between, honestly.
Because, like, as much as I don't like paywalling content, like, because that's, like, my constant struggle with Patreon, is I'm not, like, a fan of paywalling content. So a lot of the stuff that's on Patreon is, like, stuff that people are going to see anyway, but there's, like, there's extra things that are made out of things that I'm already doing. Because I constantly struggle with the concept of, like, you can't see this unless you pay me money. But,
No,
like,
I super get that. That's why my I super get that. That's why my my fucking Patreon is about like stuff you can actually download and use.
Yeah.
And not content to view, because I'm like, oh, no.
I'm like just like not a fan of paywalled content. So most of my Patreon stuff that like you can get is just like, it's just like extra little things. Like when I make stuff, I'm like, all right, so what can I've made a thing, so now I can take this thing I made and like get some extra little things out of it. So there's nothing on my Patreon that you won't be able to see eventually, except for those like those shitty practice games. I'm not gonna post those anywhere. They live on Patreon. They will never go anywhere else. So if you want to see me bumble around GMing and forgetting how to play a game in real time, Patreon is the only way to see this. If you, I'm not gonna put them anywhere else. You will never see them unless you pay me money. That's the one exception. Mostly because it's just like don't want to put them anywhere else.
Mm-hmm. I feel that. That's like, it's literally, I remember, I think you were one of the people that I was like, when I was deep in the Necro Veritas fucking creation bubble, I was literally asking around, I think you were one of the people like, what do you do with like lore? Like, do you put that shit on Patreon? What do you move with that? And like literally just like everyone was like, well, I mean, if you want to like basically paywall content, you could basically do that and like give me advice on doing that. But like with everyone telling me like that's paywall content, like it made me fully realize like actually what I was doing. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. I don't like it.
Like Patreon is I do like Patreon, and I like having the little space for like people who specifically are like, I want to see the thing you're doing, to like see it and engage with it. And like it's a place for people who like want to support the thing that you're doing. It's just like a neat little, like a nice little tip jar. But my constant struggle is like, what do I put on here? Because I do not like paywalling content.
I feel that.
So really, Patreon is just like extra. Like everything that goes on Patreon is like, everyone will eventually see this, but here's like some extra stuff that you can get out of it. Like the downloadable content, like the icons that go in the downloadable content. Everyone will see them, but if you are on Patreon, you can download the high res and use them.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things of like, I personally don't even mind. Yeah, no, I personally don't mind people being like, hey, I'm gonna subscribe to the Patreon and then I'm just gonna spread this to my friends. Like, I don't mind that at all. This is very much just like it's like a way to like basically encourage people and like have something that I can give people in exchange for like, hey, support me.
Yeah, it's like a give back thing, because I'm like, I want to give something to the people who are like very specifically supporting me, but I also don't like the idea of having stuff that you can only have if you give me money for it.
It's weird, yeah. It's like strange.
Which is why my Patreon is so chaotic. Because I'm like, I don't know. I'm just gonna put stuff here and hope that it works out and hope that you are happy.
I feel like people who support you enjoy the spontaneousness. I would imagine.
Nobody has complained.
There's
And every once in a while, I do pop into my Patreon and I'm like, hey guys. If there's anything you would like me to be doing, can you tell me? If you have like ideas for stuff I can do, and every time the response is, I don't know, I'm just here, and I'm like, okay, well.
Yeah. I keep forgetting that I can interact with my patron.
Oh, I love it. I interact. That's like what my Patreon. That's mostly the thing that I want out of my Patreon, is like I post a thing and then people will, because like literally all I want out of me making stuff is for me to put a thing on a table, and then for people to like pick up the thing and look at it and then like say words to me about it. That's what I want.
Yeah.
It's like the exchange
that makes a lot of sense.
Me being like, I made a thing, and then people come up to me and they go, cool thing, and then they like talk to me about it. That's like, the engagement is like the thing that I want. It's like explicitly my goal here.
That makes a lot of sense. I feel like I should try. I think a part of me is like weirdly scared because like I never really had an audience before. Like not even of like the only audience I ever had was like my friends that I actually know, right? If that makes sense. So like as a result, having people that I don't know on the internet supporting me financially because they like my stuff, and suddenly having to talk to them, I'm like, I don't know what to say. I don't know what this is about.
That's just like the thing that I want. That's the thing I've always wanted, is to just like make a thing and then put it down and then have people like come up and touch it. Like that's the thing that I want. That's my goal. That's like my ultimate goal as far as content creation goes. Which is why I really like Blue Sky, because people are like really quick to like, you put a thing down and people are like, look at that thing, and I'm like, yes, Like,
I still haven't posted. It's so fucking funny. I think I've had like three fucking notifications from one of your various trains that you fucking add me into. I still haven't posted anything on my Sky.
Yeah, listen, I'm gonna at you every single time. People tag me in those, and I'm like, shots fired. Time to deploy my gun at Bryn.
Shots fired. Time to ricochet.
Time to fight Bryn.
It's fine. We have an agreement. We have an understanding that I will be pinged every time, and I will not answer.
Yeah, and every single time you're gonna know that I'm like participating in some kind of like blue sky art share thing, because every single time I'm gonna be like, Bryn.
There's like a window in my dilapidated house that has like many holes in it because you keep throwing rocks inside that window, but nothing has ever come out of the house.
The rocks are never.
And like, you know, I'm in there.
Yeah.
It's very obvious that I'm in there.
I can see you.
However, you can see me. I'm very bad at hiding.
I can see you in there, and I'm gonna keep throwing rocks. I'm gonna keep every once in a while. Someone is gonna tag me in a thing, and then I'm gonna be like, Bryn, Bryn, Bryn. I'm gonna turn around and start yelling at you. That's just the way it's gonna be. It doesn't matter how many other people I tag, I'm still gonna be like, oh, there's enough characters to tag Bryn. Gotta make sure I tag Bryn. It's important for enrichment. Mine, specifically. Not necessarily Bryn's.
Oh, goodness.
No, Blue Sky is pretty good. My favorite thing about Blue Sky.
Pretty good so far, yeah.
Like I noticed it immediately, and I've heard it from some other, because I'm in a Discord server full of just Blue Sky artists. It's just like, when a bunch of artists moved over from Blue Sky, someone started a server to be like, hey, do you want to just like have artists who talk to each other about art stuff and babble about their projects and their OCs? And I was like, sure, that sounds good. And everyone in there is like, my following on Blue Sky is like a fraction of what I had on Twitter, but my engagement is so high, and I'm like, it's awesome. People actually like talk to you on Blue Sky, and as opposed to like Twitter, where I'm like, I don't even know if anyone's seeing my posts. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Like, I post stuff on Twitter, and I'm like, I don't even know if I don't even know what happens to it after I post. Nothing, maybe.
It's so fucking funny when you think about it, that like we have the two experiences with our two Blue Sky, where it's like you're gonna like talk to people and be very social, talk about all your project. I say nothing, I repost art, and yet I made a fucking ARG for the campaign that you have to like know about my Blue Sky to fucking figure out.
Listen, that's the tech.
I'm just such a weirdo.
I can close this damn case before my family gets dragged anywhere.
Posting to Twitter is like throwing a rocket to the void, yeah.
Like, Twitter has sucked for a really long time. Like, it has been slowly. I never liked Twitter. But what happened was I had like a pretty decent, decently sized Tumblr account, and then Tumblr did the thing that they did that made everybody leave Tumblr, and I like watched over the course of a week as like all of the like everyone that I knew was following me on Tumblr started following me on Twitter, which was an account that I had not used in 3 years.
It's kind of crazy, the power of porn online, when you think about it.
And I like watched that happen, and at some point I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm on Twitter now, because literally my entire audience has moved to Twitter. Like, I watched as like pretty much overnight all of my engagement on Tumblr stopped, and like a good percentage of my following on Tumblr had like located me on Twitter, and I was like, okay, well, I guess I live on Twitter now. And I have always hated Twitter. I've never liked Twitter. I never wanted to be there. But Tumblr fucked up so bad it forced me onto Twitter.
God. Yeah, I got on Twitter
worse and worse, and now I'm on Blue Sky.
It really has. I got on Twitter during my fucking Critical Role fan artist era, like years ago, for campaign 1 of Critical Role, back when they were on Geek and Sundry. Oh.
No, I'm like wandering around in circles because I can't find the one room that.
Oh yeah.
It occurs to me I have a map, and I could use the map to find the one room that I need to go into.
Could indeed use said map. But yeah, it was back then almost exclusively a fan artist for that one, for like multiple shows, etc. And I would try to do like one digital painting fan art a week, and like after however long the first fucking Critical Role campaign lasted, I burnt out super bad, and I honestly don't really do fan art anymore because of it. I'm kind of burnt on it. I'm kind of done with that.
That's also fair.
Sometimes I'll get inspired, but it's pretty rare.
I just don't. I've never been like the only time I do fan art is when like something just like gives me big O brain rot, which like doesn't usually happen with like media, with like shows or stuff. It's just like every once in a while it'll happen. So I've like never been a super big, like I recognize that I'm like, maybe if I did more fan art,
oh yeah, big time.
I would have
that's the engagement maker.
But then I'll be like, but I don't want to.
The fan artist.
Yeah.
It's also like, then you're the fan artist.
Yeah,
like that's literally what happened with me in Critical Role. Like, people didn't come to me because of my art. They came to me because I was doing fan art of Critical Role. So like, as soon as I removed that part of my identity, like, you know, most of my engagement fell to zero, essentially. Which is like fair, right? Like, I'm no different on the internet, if that makes sense.
Cynthia has the
But
record.
like, it is basically the choice you make as an artist on the internet, if you're gonna do mostly fan art, or if you're gonna build your audience out of fan art. That's it. You're the fan art.
Yeah, that's definitely the gamble.
No.
If you're like,
Yeah.
okay, well, I'm gonna do fan art, then you are a fan artist. You better be fucking you better be part of this fucking community, dog.
Yeah.
Because if you
and
do
you better
anything
be
else,
in there for the long run.
No one's gonna really care. Like,
it's like an example that's interesting, I always find, is like Jonathan Young on YouTube, like the musician.
Yeah.
Because like what he did essentially is what a lot of musicians on YouTube do, which is cover songs.
Yeah.
And he did essentially metal cover songs of a bunch of stuff, parody songs, etc. And like, it actually like chewed him up on the inside, like to a point where he started like fucking going nuts. And eventually just started to be like, I don't care anymore, I'm gonna start releasing original stuff, and if it's the end of me, it's the end of me. And then he released fucking Starship Velociraptor, and it was a big fucking hit, and I'm very happy for him.
Yeah, no, good for him. And the thing is, like, I know I probably would have not had a great time if I'd gone the fan art route, because like I already have an issue where if I
now he's fallen
like, because it happened to me a couple of years ago where I was like, I'd been doing like nothing but commissions for a very long time, and the fact that I was doing like exclusively other people's stuff and never had time or like the chance to work on to like do anything that was just like my own personal stuff was like actually having a really bad effect on me. So I was like, so I know, I'm like, if I would have taken the fan art route, I probably would have just fucked off.
No, I get you. I actually take commissions somewhat rarely nowadays. Like, I had a big commission like a couple years, etc. It was good for me financially. But eventually I just got like really tired of it. I don't know how else to like explain it. And like, I started essentially only taking commissions from my friends, and then eventually even that kind of died out on its own, just through like circumstance. And then I guess I just like, I was faced with a thing essentially of like, well, okay, do I start working on my own stuff and try to.
Where is Angus
God,
Remorse
it's
now?
weird to say that way, but like try to make a career out of that, or do I go back to commissions? And it's like my brain is like, I don't think we're ready to go back to full-time commissions, dude.
Yeah. That's fair. I mean, I like commissions. I don't mind doing them. I'm totally down to do them, but like, there's like a threshold where like after a while, I'm like, I can't. I need to stop doing
Cynthia
this.
was close to someone named Thomas Sane.
Yeah.
Who is he?
So, but this year because like the big like everyone in surprise round and stabbiness all wanting to start up a game all at the same time and then like locking down every artist in our community for like a
literally
fucking 2.5 years.
Every time. It's always like this. It's so funny.
After that ended, like after that like period ended, I was like, okay, I'm done. It's my turn.
Remorse.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it, Cynthia?
So now that's why this whole year has been like me being like OC era, because like I originally started my Tumblr account with the intention of it being like an OC account, like way back in college. And eventually like that and my comic and everything, like I was doing commissions, I was starting to work with Surprise Round.
The Angus Remorse record is in Cynthia's room.
I was trying to do my comic. I had a part-time job. I still have a part-time job, but like it was just like too much. And then after a while I was like, all right, I have to cut some stuff out. And I didn't really get a chance to work on my own stuff for like a long time. I was just like working on other people's projects and I was doing commissions. And then this year, I don't know what fucking happened, but at some point last year, I was like, I'm done.
Yeah.
And then this year, like at the beginning of this year, I was like, I'm going back to my roots, and that is why like all of my social media accounts right now say that I'm in my OC era, because I was like, I just like had a crisis and was like
I fucking get you though, because it's like, it's one of the things of like, I feel like for a lot of artists, right, like one of the reasons why we create is because we'll consume media and we'll love it, right, but it's never quite right. It's never quite the vibe exactly that we want, and as a result we create it because we want to be the change we want to see in the world, essentially. And so I super get the like need at some point, like honestly I feel like it's basically the same that happened with me, of like I was working on everyone else's project and that stuff, and I was like, this is great, I love all of this, this is not quite exactly what I want.
Well,
and like that itch just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger until eventually you're like, I'm gonna fucking throw the table open. I'm just gonna fucking like fucking break everything in my room.
There was like the additional layer of like at around the same time that I got locked down into like working exclusively on everyone else's projects for a year and a half. That's when Jay was like, hey, do you want to just dump this group of characters that you have? Do you want to just like put them in Indigo? And I was like, that sounds rad, because that kind of like gave me an excuse to draw my own characters for a while, because I was making their icons for Indigo. But the unforeseen consequence of that was that those characters were now part of Indigo, and I couldn't talk about them anymore, and they were like my favorite and most active group of characters. So then, for multiple years, I just literally could not talk about any of my characters forever. Like, they were just gone. They were gone from me. I could not talk about them to anyone except, like, 2 people. And so it was like, all right, I can't work on my own projects because I'm working on everyone else's projects. I can't talk about my characters. I can't talk about projects adjacent to those characters. I can't talk about anything. I can't talk about my comic, because I had like secret spoiler brain. I was like, if I talk about my comic, people will know about my comic, which is just like the dumbest fucking shit in the world now that I'm thinking about it. So I was just like in hell, where I was like, I literally can't talk about anything I want to talk about for like 2 years. I just have to like, every time anyone asks me about anything, I have to be like, oh, the secrets. And then I just went insane.
I feel that.
At the beginning of this year and was like, I don't give a fuck anymore.
No, I get you though. But, like literally, when it comes to like Necromotas, I had a moment where I was like, I fucked myself because the 3 people that I was talking about all of my projects and stuff was like Jay, Christian, and Elora, and they're all the players in Necromotas. I'm like, I made the biggest fucking mistake of my life, and and then like out of the muck, I see a divine light coming down, and fucking J-Man comes down like fucking Mercy Overwatch, and he just tells me, "It's okay, bro. You can tell me about Necroveritas," and then I revivified.
Yeah, no. I basically I was like going insane for a while, and then I decided to start like using Blue Sky as my scream machine, because at the time literally I had no audience crossover. Nobody who was following me on Blue Sky followed me literally anywhere else. Because my audience was not on Blue Sky. I was pretty much like starting from scratch on Blue Sky, so I was like, I can talk here. I'm free. I can yell, I can scream. And so I didn't tell anyone I had a Blue Sky account. I was just using the Blue Sky account as my OC account. But then Twitter fucked it so hard that everyone ran away to Blue Sky, and I was like, no!
Yep.
My safe haven is destroyed
My
for me.
garden.
And then then Jay was like, you know, Jay was like, and then Jay was like, you know, with like anime and stuff, they release all kinds of shit all the time, just like early, and like there's really no amount of secrecy, and I think it's fine if you just like talk about your guys. And I was like, I can talk about my guys. He was like, yeah, just talk about your guys. And then I went insane. I was like, and I was released. And that's why, for anyone who follows me on Blue Sky, for like 2 weeks, I did nothing but draw Corvid. It was just like a bunch of pictures of the worst man in existence, because he's like my favorite guy. He's also installment 2 of the Ouroboros of the Same Man.
Of the same man.
He's the Ouroboros of the Same Man. I can talk about the Ouroboros of the Same Man openly because it's I just don't care anymore. I just decided I don't care anymore. When it comes to
You're
like
free.
spoilers or stuff, like even with my comic, I'm like, I just don't give a fuck anymore. Because I realized that like the thing, I think one of the things that actually like really did it for me was remembering that I used to follow Vivzy Pop way before before Has Been Hotel, before any of that, when she was just like making animated music videos to Kesha songs, when that was like the thing that she did, and she would like stream, and when she streamed she would just babble about her OCs. That was like the whole that was her whole stream. It would be like 6 hours of her just like talking about her characters and drawing them and having a great time. And the thing is, me knowing about her OCs before Has Been Hotel became a show did not make the experience of Has Been Hotel worse for me. I'm like doing the death spiral because I'm talking. In fact, it was fine, because then she started being like, hey, Has Been Hotel is a show now, and I like knew some of these characters, right? Like I knew Angel Dust and Husk and stuff, and I knew stuff about them, and I was like, I know those guys, and I would like point and be like, I know that. And then I watched the first season with J-Man, and I recognized some of the characters and some of the lore. Like, some of it was different, but I, like, knew it, and I was like, I understand that reference. Captain America meme. And that's kind of also when I decided, like, that's probably not an exclusive to me experience, right? Like, if I'm on Blue Sky screaming about my characters, like, all day, all the time, and people who are watching me scream about my characters all day, all the time, and then I finally do a project or participate in a project, or I like have or like one of my characters appears in a cameo in someone else's project, then people can go, I know that guy. I understand the reference. Captain America meme, right? Like other people can have that experience of being like points.
Anger's Remorse,
right?
By Old Gods of Asgard.
So it's probably just fun.
I need to play it in the jukebox.
For some people, and for people who don't want that experience, follow my Blue Sky.
Easy.
Just don't do it. Just stay away from my Blue Sky, because I'm gonna talk about everything constantly all the time. The only saving grace that you have is that I have, like, every character I have has at least a minimum of 3 different versions of that character, depending on the setting that I've placed them in, and I don't specify which version of that character I'm talking about at any given moment in time. So is it even really a spoiler if you have no idea what the context is?
I feel like for a lot of your OCs as well, like since they're like so much involved in like very improvised storytelling,
Yeah.
right? I feel like there's a very low chance of like super big spoilers because even if you get to know the backstory, you're still not going to know how it ends because you, Niko, don't know
Yeah,
how
I
it
have no
ends
fucking
either.
idea, dog. I don't know. Like, even my comic, dude, the way I write my comic, the way I work on it, is I have, like, the primary story beats that have to happen for the narrative, and nobody knows this, except for, like, a handful of people that I just, like, babble at occasionally. And then the rest of the comic is just, like, I go, like, I have written 3 chapters ahead. And I have like the core story beats, and every time I hit a new chapter, I like look at the notes that I wrote, like the first draft that I wrote for that chapter, and then I rewrite that chapter to be like, all right, like to just like to revisit it, and then I rewrite that chapter a little bit, and then as I do the pages, stuff changes constantly, like as the narrative goes. Because the only thing that is solid about my comic are the story beats that have to happen for the narrative to occur. Everything else is just like developing as it goes. So, like, as far as my comic goes, I know like the primary things. Like, I know how it starts. I've got like the important plot points, and I know what the ending is, and everything else. I'm like, I don't know. You guys are figuring out as I go. Like, from page to page, things can change. I'm lost, dude.
Yeah, we've been running around in a circle for a while.
Well, because I know that at some point I have to get a record, and then the record will let me go into the threshold. Oh, it's okay. I have to put it in the jukebox. See, the problem is that since I've already played this game once, I'm like, oh, I can autopilot this game. I don't really have to worry about it because I already know what like the major things are. But then every once in a while, I hit a part where I'm like, I don't remember what I'm supposed to do, and I already blew past all the information.
Fucking Gandalf meme. I do not remember this place.
Yeah. So I'm like, all right, I have the record. Why can't I go into the lake? It's because I didn't do the thing. Okay. And then even with like the systems that I run, the systems that I'm attached to, being like Masks and Triangle Agency, and even Cypher to some degree, because like Cypher doesn't give a fuck what you do. Those systems don't really want you to do a lot of like advanced prep. Those systems. What is happening? Oh no. Okay, there we go.
Oh, there you are.
Whoop. Hey, kids.
Uh.
We seem to have fallen out of the map.
I
don't know how that happened.
Well.
What say we load from the quick save? But like even the systems that I gravitate towards don't really like. They don't ask you to. They don't want you to do a lot of prep because a lot of the games are like, well, you're kind of just figuring it out as you go. They're not systems that want you to like have your entire narrative planned out or to have even like most of it planned out because they're very chaotic as far as like how much player activity can influence the narrative.
Yeah.
I took a screenshot. Which it turns out is just like ideal for me as far as like GMing goes, because it's like because what I want to do, it turns out, is just like expand outwards from what the players are doing anyway. So I just like set up the initial like inciting incident of the adventure, and then I just like then I'm like, all right, you guys go now. It's your turn. Like I set up the inciting incident, I put down like some set pieces, and then I have prepared for any given game like a session and a half worth of content, knowing damn well that the people in our group love to meander and like touch stuff and just talk to NPCs for a solid hour if you let them. So I know that if I have like one full set, like if I have a session and a half of like nothing but content without taking into account anything the players might do, that's more than enough.
Yeah.
Because they'll talk to one NPC for like 20 minutes if I let them do that. And then I just let them create their own problems after a while, right? Because I'll like set up the inciting incident, and then in their quest to deal with the inciting incidents, they'll like talk to other characters, and they'll touch stuff, and they'll do things that will create new problems for them. That I can just take that and be like, all right, well, we're doing that next time. So I don't even plan that shit out.
Or you need to place the thing again, I think.
No, I have to fight these guys.
Oh, it's before.
Yeah, it took me back, but now I know what I'm doing, kind of, to some degree. Oh, Miss Mary May. Mandy May. Mandy May. Don't do this to me. So, like, now that I understand that I don't particularly care to have a lot of crap happening, it seems that I just don't like to... It's not that I don't like to plan stuff out, it's that I've come to the conclusion that if I try to have too much stuff planned out, then I will overwhelm myself and get scared and just, like, not work on it because I'm like, too much. I've done...
That makes sense.
Because I don't know how much I should plan, like, because I enter this loop where I'm like, all right, if I plan this much, then I have to plan everything, but everything is a lot, and then I just don't plan anything. So instead, I plan literally the minimum amount required of me to be able to functionally do the thing I want to do, and that works out great.
Yeah, no, that's very good.
Which means when you're dealing with a Niko project, it is impossible to be spoiled by anything because I don't even know what's happening.
Honestly, that feels like a very freeing way of doing things.
That was a risky maneuver, but it worked out. It was a bold play.
Rolled good on the risky maneuver.
Like, really, the most I can spoil you on is, like, alright, you are acquainted with a character. But, like, anything can happen here. Do you know Finley's entire backstory? That's not gonna help you, because I've planned nothing for him going forward.
God. Wish that were me. I think I'm a direct opposite of the spectrum when it comes to that shit, because my stories have so much to do with fucking secrets, and my characters are so fucking secretive always, that it's like, at least when I'm the GM, when I'm the player, I've realized that I just like to be a fucking vermin. But like when I'm the GM, everyone is so fucking full of goddamn fucking blind spots, and that the blind spots are literally part of the gameplay to figure shit out, that I'm literally like, I cannot tell anything about anyone ever.
I have everything, schemes, all of my schemes. Yeah, no, my schemes just develop over time, because the players will, like, walk up and talk to a guy, and I'll decide in that moment, I'm like, this guy has thoughts and feelings about this. And then that character will just start developing schemes that will be the player's problem later, and they don't know what they did. They have no idea.
Very nice.
My GM style is just, like, letting the players walk around, and then I just, like, curse them every once in a while. They have no idea that the curse is... They have no idea. And they won't know about the curse that I've placed until, like, 3 sessions later, when I'm like, yeah, remember when you talked to that one guy and you said this one thing? Well, what you didn't know is that this guy is a jackass, and he is going to fuck you up with that information now. Did I plan for that to be the case? No. I wasn't doing that. He wasn't gonna be anything. He may not... If you didn't talk to him, he wouldn't even be a character in the game right now. But you decided to talk to him, and now he's gonna be a serious problem for you going forward. So...
God.
No plans. Head empty. until someone touches something and I grow a plan in that moment. That's what I'm doing.
I think what's probably gonna happen with me, like the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like, I think what's happening with me is like I have a tendency to be like, this is a kind of story that I started working on stuff like a genre, like a type of stuff, a format. And I basically, because I'm fucking obsessive, will not stop until I reach some form of satisfaction or get like bored of it in general. And that will span like multiple campaigns because essentially I need multiple tries at the thing to be satisfied and be like, okay, I did this the best I could, essentially. And once I'm satisfied with that, I think then I will probably move on to something more freeform like that. Because I definitely also have the itch in my brain of like, let's like it's interesting because like it's slightly just like what you do, but a little bit to the left of like I have the itch of let's design an entire area and whatever the fuck is happening in that area and let the players loose in it.
Just let them touch. Let them touch stuff. That's like that. That's just that's. I've started running like 2 games, and that's all I. Both have followed the same formula, and both have gone off the rails in completely different ways. Where like all I did, I was like, all right, here's the minor inciting incident of what is going to be the rest of this campaign. I have not planned this adventure. The only thing I've planned is how it starts and what the primary conflict is. And every time, every session, they will inevitably talk to someone or do something or not do something that I can then go, all right, well, that's going to be a problem for you in the future. And that's just how the game is progressing. That's just that, and I think that's just how I'm going to keep doing it. And then also, with Triangle Agency, they published The Vault, which is their book of pre-written adventures. And I mostly got that because I wanted to see how the like developer of the game envisioned an adventure going, because I personally don't really like modules or pre-written adventures very much.
Yeah.
But the way Triangle Agency adventures are written is it literally they're like, all right, here is the conflict, here's like the major problem that your players are going to have to deal with. Here are some like major locations, and here are some NPCs, and the information that those NPCs might have, or like clues that you can find in these places. And then that's all they give you. That's it. They're just like, here are the set pieces. You have the set pieces, and you have the major conflict, and then each adventure also has like adventure specific mechanics for like to facilitate the specific weird thing that's happening. And I looked at that and I was like, oh, this slaps, actually. This is rad, because I don't have to give a fuck.
Yeah.
I don't have to care. I've been given literally the minimum information that is required for me to run an adventure, and then the rest is just like Jesus takes the wheel. And that is what I want. That I've learned that Jesus takes the wheel is the game experience that I'm here for. Jesus takes the wheel is the GMing experience that I'm here to provide. I think I can see some like whack shit happening. I think I'm gonna try to restart the game.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's just like
and the thing is,
overheating or something.
I remember something like this happening last time, where like the game for a while was just like kind of melting. So I had to restart. I don't remember if it happened here, but I do remember there being an incident where it was like the game was like destabilizing, and I was like, I think I have to shut down the game and turn it back on. Like this is here, but I don't have anything in my hand. And I'm seeing like things load in weird. And I'm like, alright.
I need to get the clicker
Alright,
to
I
wake
think
and
I'm
close
gonna,
this damn
I'm gonna
case.
do a save, and then I'm
my family
gonna
gets dragged any
turn the
further
game
into
off
this.
and turn it back on. Before we try to fight those guys again. Alright, hold on. Or, let me do all of this. Let me clean my room. I'm gonna do like an actual save, and then I'm going to tempt God by trying to walk back into the lake
Cynthia was
again.
close to someone
And if we
named
fall through the map,
Thomasine.
I'm gonna
Who is he?
turn the game on and turn the game off and turn it back on.
I will say it has been 4 hours.
That is true. It has been 4 hours, and we're like right at the boss. So I suppose I could just pick up the boss
next time.
Next time.
An old flame. Maybe Tom was taken.
Because yeah, you can do that. Because if I have to turn the game off anyway, I may as well just. But I do remember this happening before. I don't remember if it happened right here, or if it happened another time, but it happened near the ending of the first run. Yeah, I knew this happened. Okay.
She has the record.
Okay, I had a feeling. I was like, I'm pretty sure
yeah.
the game started melting at some point.
Anger's remorse. Where is it, Cynthia?
As Albert said, the DLC divergence point is the divorce convo, which is like right after this, I think.
True, yeah. So it might be a good, point to just have a more focused stream. Yeah.
That'll mean next session is beat the boss of this chapter, and then we can go to the lake house.
To the DLC, yeah.
Because I really, really want the lake house DLC, and if the DLC, and I get the feeling that I think the lake house DLC might be. I suspect if I'm reading Remedy as well as I think I am, the Lake House DLC is going to be chunky.
Makes sense.
Well, even technically, I think the Night Springs DLC is decently chunky. It just doesn't feel like it because it's like 3 different stories. But if I were to play all 3 of them back to back, it would probably be like 1 full stream.
Yeah.
And the Alan Wake the DLCs in Control were massive.
Yeah, true.
Okay, so let me do a real save.
I brought it back.
I am kind of curious though. Hold on, I do still want to tempt God to see if I fall through the map a second. Regardless of whether or not I fall through the map, I will still call it a night because I do have hell work. I do work at hell hour, so I guess it is just a good idea. But I do want to tempt. I do want to tempt God. Well, that was a quick save. Was it a quick save? Did I enter the save? I just autopiloted that whole direction. Why? There we go. Yeah, see, like, these are taking a long time to load in, and that spooks me. And then, like, one of the pictures, when it appeared as a clue, it just, like, didn't load in. It was just, like, a gray square, and I'm like... And I'm seeing, every once in a while, like, a jitter occur, and I'm like, the game is melting. This is the wrong way. Listen, I just want to tempt God real fast. I just want to, like... The fuck? Oh, that scared the shit out of me. Okay. I saw, like, a vague white shape that looked like it could have been, like, a ghost. I'm like, that's not what's in this game. Oh, wait, no, I have to put it in the jukebox. This has been a very unfocused gameplay session, because we've just been talking about movies and games. Find Anger's... Oh my god, I have to go back. All of this just to see if I fall through the map a second time. I'm dedicated. I want to see if I fall through the map a second time. Cynthia's up here. So I guess, for anyone keeping track, when I do eventually run, like, a real game on Stabbiness, that's what you have to look forward to. You can go into watching me run a game knowing that I have planned maybe, if you're lucky, like, 2 sessions in advance, and I know about as much of what's happening as y'all do, as you watch the game unfold.
Anger's Remorse by Old Gods of Asgard.
I know, like, maybe 20% more than the audience does. go see if the game melts again. I want to know. I'm determined to find out. The jukebox. I keep passing the jukebox because I'm like, yeah, I just run into the lake. I have to like do stuff. I don't just like have the CD and then walk into
the song will show me the way. The overlap is at the pond.
Right.
Fuck. Here we go again.
It did happen again. Well, let's see. Let's see if the map loads in. Let's just give it a second. Maybe it's just sad. Maybe it's just being slow.
I'm not so sure.
That'll be fine.
Oh.
That'll be fine. See, there's up.
What?
Oh.
I think you're in a box.
We seem to be in the void. What is that? There's a shape over there.
Yeah. It's like it almost feels like the edge of the skybox.
We cannot
Oh god.
go anywhere. We cannot move.
Oh jeez. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
This is fine. This is the game as intended. I think this might be the boss fight. The boss fight is.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen today.
Escaping the cursed geometry. That's what we're doing. Okay. What? All right.
Well,
we'll fight the boss for real next time, because maybe I'll do a quick check at some point over the next week. What's the next week? When's Christmas?
it's like not quite next week. Yeah, it's like.
Yeah, I think we'll Alan next week. I think it's Alan next week, and then maybe Home Safety Hotline the week after. We'll figure it out. Oh, Wednesday next week. Okay, so I guess it might be Home Safety Hotline the next week. Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll see it when the schedule goes up. You'll see whether or not we're doing Alan Wake or Home Safety Hotline. I'll do a test at some point. Because I know this happened last time when we on the first run through at some point, and just like turning the game off and turning it on again worked just fine. But until then, thanks everyone for coming out to help me wake up Alan. And next time we do Alan Wake, hopefully we get to see the Lake House DLC, because I'm
excited about that.
I'm really hyped. The Lake House DLC is like the thing that I've been excited for as far as like additional Alan Wake content, because it is the Control DLC of Alan Wake. But until then, until next week, whatever we're doing, we'll figure it out. Might even avoid the Yick block. No one can escape Yickness. Anyway, have a good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.